international conference. On behalf of the conveners, we really express all our gratitude for you to coming in these very difficult times, and especially to all the staff of the Global Governance Center for the tireless work that they did to make this possible. I just wanted to begin with the logistics of the day, and needless to say, me and Negar remain at your disposal for any sort of administrative questions you might have. First of all, I just wanted to ask you to put attention to the programming. I wanted to remind you that we'll have some change of rooms, especially tomorrow. Today, we will meet the whole day in this auditorium, but sadly, tomorrow the first session will be in S5, which has a limited capacity, and the second part will be in auditorium A2, which is just here. Tomorrow, of course, we will be attentive to show you the way to the different rooms, but please pay attention to the subtle changes. I also wanted to remind you that the closest bathroom is just here to the left, going up the stairs or down the stairs, depending. Finally, for those of you who are visiting from far away, I just wanted to inform you that the closest ATM is just outside the Institute in case you need help, but ask me and Negar and we'll try to show you the way so it's straightforward. Without further ado, I would like to welcome Professor Nico Krish, who will deliver the words of welcome.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. Thanks also to Nega for inviting me here to give you the words of welcome. I'm here to welcome you on behalf of the Graduate Institute, of the International Law Department, and of the Global Governance Center of the Graduate Institute. All of those have come together to make this possible. And organizing a conference like this, of course, is a challenge, not already in normal times, but is a challenge, especially in these kind of rather tricky times when it comes to travel. So I'm really happy, very happy that you're all here, that we also have a significant number of people online. Now we don't see them here, that we can somehow do this in person and hybrid and just make possible whatever is possible under the circumstances. That's really great. But obviously this organization, as I've kind of witnessed, has been somewhat difficult with constant changes, right? Somebody can travel here, somebody can't travel there. And that's been somewhat of a maneuvering, but the puzzle, I think, has been solved, and quite a few of us are here, and the others will connect. Now, I don't want to take the credit here for all of this, though, because it's really not been mine. The conference has been the brainchild, really, of Daniel and Nega, and they've worked tirelessly to make it happen, really kind of with enormous dedication, focus, imagination. So I'm really happy you could make this happen in the way that you did. It's a real blessing to have the two of you and many others, many bright people in our PhD program, but it's an enormous privilege, really. Thank you so much. And obviously thanks also to the Global Governance Center, and especially Celia Nissim, who has done a lot of the logistics and for the conference. So, of course, I'm not only excited that this is a conference or any conference, but this is really a very special conference in many ways. It's a conference on an important theme that for long I've thought was kind of waiting to be unearthed, and something that kind of in a sense was waiting to be done on international organizations law. Because international organizations law, if some of you may have taken courses on it, can easily be a relatively dull affair. Now, no offense to Jan, who is connected here, kind of obviously. But if you kind of look at most of the textbooks, really, of course, you talk about international legal personality of international organizations, privileges and immunities, those kinds of things. But, well, it's all a bit stale. Then you have talk a lot about the certain expenses case, but it's also not really the last case that has come out of the International Court of Justice. Path-breaking as it is, but still not the real exciting stuff, right? So somehow you think, well, it's a field that is a bit stuck in some ways, and obviously, kind of as the conference outline said, it's also a bit under-theorized, right? It's driven a lot by practitioners and kind of a strange mix of practice and academy that kind of isn't always so excited. But then, of course, many of these elements of the classical law of international organizations really don't have that much to do with the way international organizations operate today. If you look at what they do, much of what we're learning the structures we've erected around the law of international organizations doesn't really tell us very much about the work of the OECD on tax competition, Gavi's involvement in the COVAX initiative, or say even the Sustainable Development Goals developed by the UN. Now, obviously, in recent years, there's been much more interest in those things. I've been kind of curious about this from the perspective of the Global Administrative Law project. Many others have come from other directions, also more from critical vantage points, looking at the effects and biases of international organizations and their law. And some of the participants that we have here kind of over this day and today and tomorrow have been very much engaged in kind of pushing the field forward, kind of expanding the scope of the field and kind of recalibrating somehow its direction. And much of that reorientation also has been done fortuitously without much regard necessarily for what really is law in all of that, right? Because much of the action that I've just mentioned, right, the interesting things that are happening in international organizations, they don't necessarily come in the form of law, and that's why lawyers often don't look at them, but that's precisely kind of where the normative production of international organizations is and where we see interesting developments in the legal frame or, say, the normative and practical frame of international organizations. So with this conference, we're somehow continuing this path, and as a path, we turn away from focus on what international organizations are and what they are in law, to much more what they do and how we can make sense of what they're doing, what are the strictures and potentials and limits of this operation. So that opens up space for all kinds of interesting questions, and especially engagement across disciplines. And that's precisely kind of what we're seeing here today and tomorrow. We ask kind of how did international organizations become what they are? We ask how do they create effects in the world? We ask what shapes the way they act, and what ideas are behind it, what actors, what structures. All these questions are eminently important for understanding international organizations and their law. They're not necessarily things that lawyers are best equipped to do. And so today and tomorrow we have a very rich set of papers from people from kind of a whole range of disciplines. There's really kind of beauty here. The diversity of disciplines. We have people from international relations, sociology, anthropology, history, broader critical theory. It's really, some people might say, well, it's a problem, it's just so broad, but it's a real strength that we have so many in the room. And I think an interdisciplinary dialogue that we hope to conduct here is at its best not when it follows kind of a strict and narrow research program, but really when it allows for irritation, exchange, wondering, and kind of new thinking, really kind of sort of unsettlement. So I think what we have ahead of us is 2 days of such irritation, and we should just enjoy it. And then maybe kind of at a later stage, we can sit back and take stock and think, well, how does this all fit together? Does it all fit together? Maybe it doesn't, right? Humpty Dumpty has fallen off the wall, and that's where he is. But there are going to be many things that we can piece together and think, well, that's directions to continue. That's directions maybe that are more connected to legal inquiries, others maybe less so. But in the first place, I think we want to take it in, enjoy the ride, and let us be stimulated by what we're seeing. Then we can kind of think again for what the law of international organizations can and should be. So I'm looking forward to it. I hope you all too. And without further ado, I open the conference and we start, I think, with Jan. Thanks.
I would also like to welcome all of you to the conference, and a big thanks to the long list of individuals who made this possible against all the odds. The idea of the conference came out of a brief chat in the kitchen on the 7th floor, where you can usually find Daniel and I. It's also a pleasure to have Professor Jan Klabers with us today for a keynote speech and hopefully for the rest of the conference. Professor Klabers does not need introduction, but very briefly, he's a professor of international law at the University of Helsinki. He's one of the co-founders of the Eric Castron Institute and was its deputy director until 2018. Professor Clabers is one of the board's leading scholars in the law of treaties and the law of international organizations. He has written extensively on international institutional law, theories of international organization, and the epistemology of the subdiscipline. In March 2020, Professor Clabers was awarded a major research grant by the European Research Council for a project titled Intergovernmental Organization Between Mission and Market, International Institutional Law and Private Sector. Without further ado, I open the floor to you, Jan, for your keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you, Negar and Danielle and Nico and anyone else involved behind the scenes. Since this is a conference about alternative approaches to IO law, to the law of international organizations, I should maybe start by sketching what the regular approach is and then see what we can do with that and how it is deficient. I don't think that's boring, as Nico suggested, but maybe that's my professional deformation. And I need to start with a caveat. I'm going to talk a lot about functionalism. And that's already a problem when it comes to alternative approaches, because the term functionalism is used differently in legal circles than it is in IR circles. In IR circles, functionalism is derived from the writings of David Mitrany almost a century ago, and suggests something that global integration can take place on the basis of functional specialization, and there would be spillover and a logic of ramification and all that. And that's fine, and I'm perfectly happy with that, no problem. But it is different from what I'll be talking about, which is the legal functionalism, which is interested in trying to figure out how international organizations are legally structured around their function. So this is already one of the pitfalls of the subtitle, that the same term can have different meanings in different academic communities. So bear that in mind. Now, functionalism in international organizations law, I won't go into great detail, but I need to at least spend 2 minutes on it and say something about it in order to sketch where I think some of the bottlenecks are. Functionalism goes back more than a century to the writings of the likes of Georg Jelinek in 1882 and Pierre Kazansky around the turn of the century, and Paul Reinsch in particular, writing a couple of wonderful articles in 1906, 1908, putting them together in book form in 1911, in such a way that it's still fairly recognizable to us today. The sort of problems he sketches, the sort of solutions he sketches after comparative research of about 30 international unions still strike a chord, which suggests that functionalism has been with us for a century and has not really developed much. It has been refined and sophisticated, but we have not really thought a lot about how useful it actually is as an explanatory theory. It has an ideological component, which makes it very attractive, no doubt. But as an explanatory theory, there is something a little bit off, perhaps. I'll get to that in a moment. The core idea about functionalism is the relationship between member states and their international organization. In fact, that's such a core idea that you could say a vacuum has traditionally been drawn around that relationship, and there is no world outside it. International organizations, so the theory goes, are set up by member states to perform a certain function for member states. And in order to perform that function, they are given certain competences. And all that, the rest is reasonably familiar. But in that optic, there has never been a room for anything other than those member states. And if you go back to the very first international unions, you will notice they will not have legal personality, they would not have treaty-making powers, because they were not supposed to need that. That was never an issue until after World War II, the UN started to send mediators to Palestine, who then got assassinated. And that led to the reparation for injuries opinion, and all of a sudden the ICJ had to figure out whether the UN was an international legal person. But until then, that had never been considered a problem, because international organizations would only do things for their member states, not even for people within the member states, but directed at those states themselves. And they would be doing, those organizations would be organized around a function. The function would be technical, apolitical, And eventually, and this is where legal functionalism and David Mitrany would meet, eventually leading to global peace through networks of interdependence and all that, to the salvation of mankind, as someone once put it. There's quite a bit to expect from the Universal Postal Union, right? But that's more or less where we are. International organizations in legal functionalism, or IO legal functionalism, set up to perform a certain function for their member states. Full stop. That's it. That would not cost much. That would not affect sovereignty, and global peace and universal peace and stuff would be the result of it. So wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. That's an ideological component coming with it, or a normative appeal, if you want to put it less pejoratively, which helps explain the attraction of this idea. But the idea as an explanatory idea only goes so far. It cannot explain why the World Bank should be immune from suit if one of the staff members sexually harasses one of his subordinates. You can't say, well, that's to protect the function of the World Bank. Somehow that doesn't ring very nice anymore. You can't say that if refugees are being mistreated by UNHCR, that nonetheless the function of UNHCR is such that collateral damage needs to be accepted. Somehow that doesn't really fly anymore. And that's where functionalism meets its limits. It meets its limits as soon as organizations operate in connection with the outside world. Nico already mentioned his involvement with the Global Administrative Law Project. I think it's precisely there, in relation to the exercise of public authority by organizations over individuals, legal persons, etc., that the limits of functionalism become visible. Now, those are not the only limits. Let me share 3 stories rapidly. The first of those, a black page in the history of the UN. 27 years ago, Rwanda, slaughter, massacre, genocide, and the UN does absolutely nothing. It sends, Boutros Ghali was not particularly interested. It sends a cocktail party type of diplomat in order to run the civilian component in Rwanda. Nothing happens. How to explain that? You cannot explain that by pointing to the rules anymore. You cannot explain that by a purely doctrinal legal analysis. You cannot even explain that in terms of power politics. The best explanation I've read is borrowing from organizational sociology. Barnett Finnemore, writing 15 years ago, suggesting that the bureaucracy was simply tired and could not be moved, having failed in Somalia, having had a difficult time in Yugoslavia at the same time. There was just metal fatigue, if you will, very painful, of course, for the almost 1 million people who were slaughtered. But there we are. So any existing accepted framework for studying that doesn't really cut it anymore. We have to borrow, at least for in the legal field. We have to borrow elsewhere, and organizational sociology would be one place to borrow. About 20 years ago, the Organization for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons did something unprecedented. It ousted its sitting Director General, Mauricio Bustani, Brazilian national. And it ousted him because he was doing his job and doing it rather well. He was performing the function, he was stimulating the function that the OPCW was supposed to exercise, namely chemical weapons control. Rumor has it, and that's unconfirmed, but I have it from various sources, so maybe it's not entirely unconfirmed. Rumor has it that he was ousted because he had upset the United States, and he had upset the United States in 2 ways. One would be to propose surprise inspections of chemical weapons facilities, including in the US. It's one thing to have a surprise inspection in Syria. Syria was not a member state, but you get the point. But to do a surprise inspection in the US, or to propose, not to exclude surprise inspections in the US, that rubbed several senators the wrong way. And the other side of the story may have been that he was actually on the brink of bringing Iraq into the fold of the Organization for the Control, for the Prohibition of Chemical Weapons in 2001, 2002. And of course, if you remember what the justification was for invading Iraq in 2003, the suggested possession of weapons of mass destruction. So the story goes that he was ousted because maybe it would be politically unpalatable to bring Iraq in, because that would prevent a possible invasion later on. Now, all that is rumor. I cannot verify its veracity completely. But if so, or at the very least, again, you have the very weird situation of an international organization performing its assigned function, doing it seriously, and thus running into all sorts of problems. So again, our functionalist logic, the legal functionalist logic, doesn't help us much here. And 3 years ago, another episode, this time with the Universal Postal Union, and this is quickly becoming my favorite international organization anecdote. The Americans had found out, the Trump administration had found out that the Universal Postal Union was good for China and bad for the US, because of the postal rates, the terminal dues, as they are called, were set in such a way as to make it, by way of hypothetical example, cheaper to send a parcel from Shanghai to San Francisco than to send the same parcel from LA to San Francisco. So of course this was bad for US businesses, good for Chinese businesses, and as a result, Donald Trump, in his infinite wisdom, the stable genius, he decided to announce the US withdrawal from the Universal Postal Union. That made people sit up, take notice. The Universal Postal Union organized an extraordinary conference in which it adapted the terminal dues to the greater satisfaction of the United States of America. And Trump then withdrew his announced withdrawal. So all good. And the interesting thing, of course, is that Trump has been called the grave digger of international law, but this suggests that he's not for or against international law, not for or against international organizations, not for or against multilateralism. Those are difficult positions to justify at any rate, but he's for and against, for protecting certain interests and less interested in other interests. So that again means that our traditional legal apparatus is a bit limited. Like the Rwanda story suggests that we should borrow from organizational sociology, perhaps. The OPCW saga suggests that power politics might enter the picture in a weird way. And the Universal Postal Union story suggests that we can maybe learn a thing or two from institutional economics. Now, the important background consideration, though, is that in all three of those, the law was not absent. The law plays a structuring role. The law plays a role as a background factor, as the site making discussions possible, the vocabulary making discussions possible. These things are not decided on the basis of a norm that says thou shalt do X or thou shalt not do X. Clearly not. But these discussions are also impossible to imagine without there being a law behind it. And that's partly the role that international organizations' law plays. Now, what does all this tell us? I think it tells us two broad things. This is where we get to alternative approaches, perhaps. The first of those, and now I'm going to upset a few people in the audience, no doubt. I can't see the audience, so I don't know who's there, but I assume some people will get upset. The first lesson to draw from this, I think, is that we should move, and move very rapidly, beyond state-centric approaches. Ironically, much of international law, much of international organizations law, much of international relations work is still extremely state-centric. Everything is explained in terms of state interests, not interest of people within states or communities within states or companies within states or groups within states. No, state interest. And that's weird because states really don't have many interests other than the raison d'etat. And of course, if I put it like that, you will immediately notice a certain circularity. If the reason of state is the reason of state, then the only reason of state is the reason of state, right? It's not really very helpful analytically to go there. So we should move beyond those confines of state centrism and just come to accept that there are also other stakeholders. I don't like that term, but there we go. Other actors, other entities, other movers and shakers involved. In the world of international law generally, is completely mysterious if you don't take into account the role of NGOs, right? You cannot talk meaningfully about human rights and leave Amnesty International and Oxfam and what have you out of the picture. You cannot meaningfully talk about much international law without looking at what secretariats of international organizations, however defined, are doing, whether it's the COPs and the MOPs in the field of environment, whether it's the treaty bodies in the field of the UN and human rights, or whether it's simply the role of ICAO in civil aviation, in asserting the airworthiness of aircraft and licensing pilots, training schemes and all that. You cannot understand the world without looking at what those secretariats are doing. It's not just those organizations, it's partly also the secretariats. There are private sector interests. The story I just told you about the Universal Postal Union, I think, makes that very clear. It's not about the US being anti-multilateralist or something. That's completely, no, I won't say ridiculous, but it's not a very persuasive position to uphold. It makes much more sense to analyze that in terms of, okay, who benefits, who loses, who gains, who loses out. And of course, COVID has told us the same thing. And 10 years ago, the swine flu told us the same thing. Companies that had their vaccines ready when the swine flu was declared a pandemic could open the champagne bottles because they made a fortune. And those who did not have their vaccines ready and marketable yet were extremely upset at the World Health Organization for being so early in declaring a pandemic. Never mind that if the World Health Organization would have waited, it would have maybe cost tens of thousands lives again. So there's always a winner, there's always a loser. And that's probably useful to remember. But the point is that the winners and losers are not usually the states themselves. You know, Brazil doesn't lose if some company wins or loses something. It's those companies, and they might be represented by Brazil or by Denmark. The states act as conduits. They have to, because that's how the international system is set up. That's how the infrastructure works. But it's often mostly as conduits, not as interest holders in their own right, because I would maintain that states have very few interests of their own, other maybe than sheer survival. So there we are. One thing to learn from all this is the need to go beyond state centrism, and that's visible. We'll see some of the papers after this this keynote which do that, which do precisely that. The second thing to learn, the second lesson to draw, is that interdisciplinarity is needed. And contrary to popular opinion, I am absolutely not opposed to interdisciplinarity. I am opposed to certain forms of interdisciplinary, namely those whereby other people tell me how I should do my work, and without knowing what my work would consist of. That I don't think is a good idea. That's not interdisciplinarity, that's academic colonialism. But interdisciplinarity properly done can be very useful, because we all have our blind spots, right? No matter what approach we adhere to, there is no approach that can cover the entire world. That's reminiscent of the story by Borges of the map maker wanting to make a map of the world, finding out that the only possible accurate reflection would be a map on a scale of 1 to 1, in which case it's not very useful as a map anymore. So all our approaches, I would think, have their blind spots, have their pitfalls. So it's useful to bring things together. Interdisciplinarity is needed, if only in the form of borrowing insights from neighboring disciplines. I actually think that's the best form, but that's a story for another day, perhaps. Borrowing insights from neighboring disciplines. Interdisciplinarity only works, I think, and I speak from painful experience, perhaps, between scholars who share certain basic assumptions. The international lawyers and constructivists in IR speak the same language. International lawyers and realists in IR don't speak the same language. Rational choice people in IR and international lawyers of the law and economics persuasion, they speak the same language. They can meaningfully collaborate. But I could not picture myself being a bit more of the constructivist persuasion. I could not picture myself doing something really interdisciplinary with a rational choice IR person. That's not to say that their work is meaningless or anything. That's not the point I'm making. But the point is that you have to speak the same language. You have to share some basic epistemological assumptions. Otherwise, you go around in circles, and otherwise you end up talking to the wall and being either dominating or dominated by the other discipline. Neither of those is worthy of the name interdisciplinarity. Interdisciplinarity should be a two-way street. International lawyers have since the late 1980s, I think, when Ken Abbott started to write about this, started to embrace the idea that we as international lawyers should look outside our proper discipline, should take IR seriously, should maybe look at economics, maybe look at sociology every now and then. But it's usually been a very unrequited love affair. The stuff in IR that I read, with certain exceptions, does not take the law very seriously. And I'll give you one recent example, a self-proclaimed theory of international organizations, which investigates the tension between member state autonomy and the community interest, and is blissfully unaware of the circumstance that it is precisely that tension that has for almost a century now been managed by the implied powers doctrine. And if that's the case, if you can write an ambitious theory on international organizations without realizing that there are such things as implied powers, and these were not invented yesterday, they've been with us for almost a century. If that's the case, then yeah, what are you trying to tell me then? Then I don't feel the need to take your theory very seriously. Politeness, of course, demands that I will not tell you who the authors are. It has to be a two-way street. So the non-lawyers should also take the law seriously. I think that's a very important point to make. And it might be talking to the wall again, and then I'll be talking to the wall. That wouldn't be the first time, it wouldn't be the last time either. But I would think, as long as you think of law as setting constraints on state behavior, then yeah, then there's no point in even starting a conversation, because that's only a minuscule aspect of what law aims to do. That's the criminal law model, and that's of course what we grow up with, watching CSI Miami and stuff. So that's what we think law does. It should constrain people from behaving in a certain way, and then we apply that to international affairs, which should constrain states from behaving in a certain way. But that completely ignores that 90% of the law is about facilitating behavior, about enabling behavior, about making certain activities possible and plausible, and procedurally, organizing the procedures for them. Law provides, in a word, provides the infrastructure of the international system. International law does that. And you cannot understand things without having at least a vague awareness of that. It's not about telling states not to invade other states. It's also that, but that's effectively a small aspect. International law is far more about making interaction between states possible. And if you don't get that as a non-lawyer, then there is fairly little point in continuing a conversation. I guess people are already getting upset with me, right? So my own preferred take on this, I tend to borrow loosely from critical legal studies. I tend to view international organizations increasingly not as international per se, although they are that too, but as organizations. I think one of the mistakes we have made over the last century in IO law is to think of international organizations as manifestations of the international. The international is always great because it's better than being nationalist and patriotic and parochial. They embody cooperation, and that's good because some cooperation is always better than no cooperation whatsoever, and that's good. All that. I've reached the conclusion, at least preliminarily, that may not be the most fruitful way of looking at things if we don't also take the organizational aspect into account. And if you start to do that, then you start to realize that, like all other organizations, whether it's your local fire department or Harvard Law School or the Union of European Football Associations, international organizations, like all organizations, tend to do three things. They regulate, they manage, and in doing so, they allocate costs and benefits. Now, if you take that a bit seriously, then obviously law is involved. And you cannot do this without, as I just said, you cannot study international organizations without having a basic idea of the law behind it. But this would also involve looking at the organizational sociology, at public administration, at philosophy, at the moral foundations of social institutions, about institutional economics, a bit of history, perhaps even some IR on occasion. And that is because we all have our blind spots, so we need to look at what others do in the fields that we otherwise would not cover, in the fields that we like to see beyond the corners that otherwise remain hidden to us. So that's where we are. Let me end, since this is, I guess, something of a keynote, I guess, so maybe it's appropriate if I make this into a little sermon type of activity. Let me give 3 pointers for future work to avoid some of the pitfalls and complexities, or at least to navigate them. The first of those, and maybe that's the most important really, is one should be driven by curiosity. One should not be driven by a theory, proving that a theory is the right theory, because that's, who cares? One should not be driven by a method, by the desire to prove that a particular method is superior to other methods. Show that in the work that you do, but don't set out to prove that as an object in its own right. I think IR work in global governance, generally work in our field broadly defined, is at its most interesting and its most helpful if we try to solve puzzles, if we are curious to figure out how the machine works, rather than saying, I know how the machine works and I will prove it. That's, I've lost interest in that. And maybe that's a matter of getting a bit older and stuff, but there we are. So be driven by curiosity, not so much by theory or method. All methods, all theories have their blind spots. So even if you can prove that your theory is superior to someone else, you're still not telling much about the real world, perhaps. I know in research, this is the second point. In research funding circles, it is bon ton to expect a paradigm shift or two. You're supposed to have a paradigm shift in every article you write. That is unlikely. Thomas Kuhn pointed out in the defining work on paradigms that in the social sciences there aren't really any paradigms. I actually think functionalism in IO law comes close, but that's another story. But this idea that everything should result in a paradigm shift is a bit ludicrous. Just do the work, do it properly, try to make sense of the world around you, and if it results in a paradigm shift, all the better. But to drive for a paradigm shift might be a bit counterproductive and frustrating. Third point, choose your theory and your method appropriate to the research question you have. I'm an eclectic. I am polyamorous, you might say, in the field of theory and method. I try to borrow wherever I can. I'm like the magpie. I see something that's shining here. I think, ooh, that's shining. I need to get that to my nest. And I see something shining elsewhere. I put that in my nest as well. And that's how I roll, I guess. But I think there's something to be said for adapting your theory and your method to the research question. Some questions demand a different approach than other questions. You cannot do a doctrinal question with a law and economics approach. You cannot do a doctrinal question with the critical approach. You cannot answer a critical question with a purely doctrinal approach, etc., etc. And then fourth, bonus tip, read widely. Don't limit yourself to the stuff that is in your neck of the woods, that is in your little silo, because then you'll never get out of that silo. And all the pitfalls and complexities and problems will just pile up. In order to break through that, you need to read widely. You need to have some understanding of the stuff around you. For the lawyers, that means reading some sociology, some IR, some philosophy, without sanctifying them, without reifying any of that, because the sociologists are just as much blindfolded as we are. They're also whistling in the dark. The IR people also haven't reinvented the wheel. They're also whistling in the dark and trying things. So bear that in mind. And for the non-lawyers, read some law. might actually be beneficial. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Jan, for the brilliant insights. Lots of food for thought. I am going to raise 3 short questions, and then, of course, we can open the floor to questions from the participant. Just a small announcement. One of the panelists from the IR panel won't be able to join us today due to health reasons. That means we will have a little bit of time for discussion. So my first question, do you want to take the question one by one, or do you want to respond to them?
No, do them one by one.
One by one? Okay. So my first question is that what do we mean by the institutional dimension in international law? In other words, what one sees when taking an institutional approach that becomes less visible when thinking in terms of legal regime and regime complexes? What is it about the institutional approach that changes our dimension of inquiry?
That's wonderfully phrased. I'm not sure it does, but maybe it should change our dimensions of inquiry. Or is that the phrase you used? I tend to think, as I just said, that there is something to be said for viewing international organizations not just as manifestations of the international, however appealing that is, but also as a particular form that is chosen to channel cooperation between states or even other actors these days. Nico mentioned Gavi, I think, at some point, which is more than just states. The organizational form, I think, is chosen for a reason. And if you think about the COVID crisis, you might start to get an inkling of that. If there would not be a World Health Organization, if there would only be an annual meeting of the heads of government or the health ministers of 194 governments or something worldwide, they would meet for 1 week a year in Geneva to discuss running affairs. Clearly, we would have missed out on something, right? I think the organizational form is typically chosen with a view to making a permanent management or regular management of certain issues possible. And in the field of health, I guess that's pretty visible, but it applies also to other fields, from meteorology to weights and measures to telecommunications, etc. That the form of the organization is one that facilitates constant 24/7 management of what is perceived to be a common problem. And you do not achieve that with merely the conclusion of a series of treaties on the same subject matter. You need a certain form, you need an institutional apparatus to facilitate that. And I think that's of some relevance because that allows us, as I just mentioned, to look at that institutional dimension, at the organizational dimension, and say, okay, so what we have here is not just a treaty. We have an organization. We have a couple of organs. We have permanent management. What is it that separates this from a treaty regime? What is it that organizations generally do? Well, they regulate, they manage, and in doing so, allocate costs and benefits. And once you start to look at organizations in those terms, whether it's ICAO or Eurocontrol or the World Health Organization or the International Maritime Organization or the International Organization for Migration, you start to see things that are not very visible when you view them as merely manifestations of international cooperation between states. So that has become a bit of a blind alley, I guess. So I would favor very much a turn to the institutional dimension, as you call it, because that allows us to ask new questions that we haven't asked in the 150 years that international organizations have been with us. I can't say we haven't asked them. Some people have started to ask them a little bit. I'm thinking of Craig Murphy, for instance. His book on industrial change and international organizations, a fabulous example of asking that sort of questions. But he has been a fairly lone voice in this. Does it answer your question, Niga?
Absolutely. Thanks a lot. My second question is that what role have the pedagogy in international organizations law classrooms, IO's law textbooks, and international law journals played in institutionalizing doctrinal approaches to international organizations?
Well, asking the question is to answer it, right? No, the textbooks, the leading law schools, the leading journal articles from the last century and a half have all contributed to the socialization of, and understandably so. That's not a critique, that's an observation. And I too was trained in the functionalist logic, accepted it lock, stock, and barrel. Like one of the books I had to read as an undergraduate was the Dutch synoptic version of Schermer's big handbook. Schermer's handbook comes in at the moment, it's 1,500 pages or so. The Dutch synoptic version was 300 pages. It was not the only thing we had to read, but I was socialized into thinking that as well. So international organizations, set up floor function, the technical ones, and a few political ones like the League and the UN. All that familiar stuff. And with that comes a certain normative predisposition that goes back to certain of the tropes underlying international organizations. So I think the sentiment that cooperation is always for the better, because otherwise we end up in a Hobbesian world where life is nesty brutish and short, right? That was the phrase. So cooperation is always a good thing, including cooperation between states. That's sort of an underlying topos, one might say. Whether it's plausible or not doesn't really matter, but that's the sort of logic that functionalism, that international organizations law generally has tapped into. Another one is that the end justifies the means. So if Susanna Mandado doesn't get her day in court after sexual harassment at the World Bank, then that's collateral damage, because the immunity of the World Bank needs to be upheld. At some point that stops making sense, right? You cannot explain everything with the functioning of the organization, that the whole legal framework should stimulate and facilitate the functioning of the organization, because the organization can also do wrong. But that the organization can do wrong is a fairly recent discovery. I think the Mandado case in the American courts was one of the first instances. Susanna Mandado was sexually harassed. I think sexually harassed, I'm not sure actually, but at least harassed by one of her superior officers. Went to court, and the court said, well, that's too bad, but immunity can't do much. And that immunity in turn is based on the functionalist logic that international organizations are good for us, and thus their functioning should not be impeded but facilitated. But at some point that you hit a wall. You cannot justify sexual harassment by peacekeepers with that logic. You cannot justify a lot of other things with that logic anymore. So then we need to look elsewhere. But it takes a long time to realize that, and everyone and their uncle have been trained by reading the Schermer's Blocker volume, which is brilliant. I'm very happy it exists. It's the one thing it's probably the book that I leaf through the most. It's close on my desk, and my life would be a lot more complicated without it. But it does send a certain message, like hidden behind or inside the technicalities. It sends a certain message. It reproduces that idea of international organizations being here for the salvation of mankind and to bring us universal peace and harmony. And sovereignty is a bad word. Organizations, on the other hand, are good. And that has been the mantra all along since the 1870s, 1880s. States bad, organizations good. A bit like Orwell, right? 1984. Or Animal Farm, rather. 4 legs bad, 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. The same logic has been applied here, the same mantra type. So pedagogically, that has the way that international organizations lawyers have been educated, have been raised, has had a tremendous influence, no doubt, because becomes a perpetuum mobile, right? A self-sustaining circle. The people who get trained in that logic, like from Schermer's to Blocker, start to then educate the next generation in the same logic, and that just goes on and on and on and on. And that's it. To some extent, that's fine. I think it ignores certain questions, that the explanatory value of functionalism is not terribly well developed. I would not want to throw functionalism out completely, because it does have some explanatory force, and it sort of creates a language that all international organizations, lawyers speak in one way or another, even those who might be a bit more of the critical persuasion. So I don't want to discard it altogether, but I do think it's time to start scratching it a little bit, yeah, to impose what Nico just called in the beginning, to let loose a few irritants on the logic of functionalism is probably not a bad idea. Was that, does that make sense, Nega?
Perfect, yes, thank you. Now let's talk a little bit about international relations, which is our neighboring discipline, next door actually, and has developed a rich scholarship on different aspects of the life and functioning of international institutions. In your own research, Jan, what are the main topics, objects of inquiry, and methods of IRPS that you have used in your own inquiries? What are the main objects? What do you look at? And what are the main methods in IR that can come to our help in international institutional law?
That's a trick question, isn't it? I tend to think, as I said earlier, that much of IR is a bit too state-centric, trying to explain the behavior of international organizations in terms of state interest. The US versus China or something. That there's probably some truth to it in some situations. But I don't think that tells you an awful lot about the everyday functioning of the International Civil Aviation Organization. That has fairly little to do with great power politics between the state of the US and the state of China. Every now and then that may come up, when Trump accuses the World Health Organization of protecting China, that sort of thing. But even then, it's clear that was just a fig leaf, a scapegoating for the sake of scapegoating and to mask his own incompetence. So there is much IR work that I don't find particularly helpful for my own, to satisfy my own curiosities. Others might find it more helpful, and that's fine. The sort of stuff I tend to look at, and that's what I meant when I said interdisciplinarity is usually at its best when people from different disciplines share similar epistemological assumptions. The stuff I tend to look at in IR is not the realist stuff, because I don't find realism very realist, to be honest. Now, if you can ignore the existence of the UN, if the UN doesn't play any role in the way you explain the world, if the EU doesn't explain any role in the way you explain the global economy, then I lose interest. Let's put it politely. So what I tend to look at is constructivist writings, because that's the language that I'm most attracted to. That's I think the branch of IR that takes international law most seriously. If I would have to mention individuals doing IR who I think could hold their own in a conversation with lawyers, I think of people like Frits Kratochvil. Not an awful amount of others, perhaps, but Frits can do that, and Frits has written this book. Kratochvil has written this book on the status of law in global society, which I thought had showed a certain understanding and a certain affinity also with the stuff that I'm interested in, the stuff that I'm doing. So I tend to look more in that direction than in the direction of the realists or even the institutionalists, because even the institutionalists, I think they're more sympathetic to the legal setting, the legal infrastructure, but I think they're still too state-centric. Too much depends on the interest of state A versus the interest of state B. Again, that doesn't tell me an awful lot about the everyday stuff that goes on in the International Organization for Migration or in the International Maritime Organization. It may be Security Council, yes, but Security Council is, of course, such a weird and completely unrepresentative specimen. If you derive all your insights on IOs from looking at the Security Council, you have a problem. It's like, explaining fish by looking at whales. And I know whales are not even fish. So there you go. So the Security Council doesn't tell us much about what happens in, I would say, the real world, but that sounds a bit too cocky perhaps. But in the everyday goings on in most other international organizations. Likewise, the EU is not very representative. So if you try to devise a theory of international organizations by looking at the EU and only looking at the EU, you have a problem, because again, you're looking at whales to explain fish. And that's not terribly helpful if you actually want to understand fish. If you want to understand whales, that's fine. Then you might actually get somewhere. But don't kid yourself into thinking that this also tells you a lot about dolphins and goldfish and salmon, because it doesn't, because they're too unrepresentative. So I have no idea where I'm going with this actually. Oh yeah, the constructivist. Yeah, so I'm more inclined to read Kratochvil. I'm inclined to read Michael Barnett and Martha Finnemore. I know that they have their differences. That's the first generation, and the second generation is probably even a third or maybe even a fourth generation of constructivists now. Those kind of internecine debates are a little bit beyond me. But that's the sort of work that resonates with me, that I think, oh yeah, that's interesting. That's something that I can use. And partly I can use that because they tend to take the legal surroundings seriously. So that speaks to me. And I get annoyed if people don't do that. That's maybe my personal hang-up. But I get annoyed if people have bold claims about international organizations and they don't have a clue about implied powers, then something is a bit off. So that kind of work speaks to me because they take the law seriously. They realize that much of the law is to help construct society, hence constructivism, I guess, at least in part. And they ask the sort of questions that I ask from my own legal angle, perhaps a bit more, but nonetheless, not always. There are, among every group, there are people who are theory-driven or method-driven, but many of the constructivists have realized that solving puzzles, or at least trying to solve practical puzzles, things that don't somehow make sense, might be a more productive way of looking at the world. Something like that.
Thanks a lot. I think it is now time to open the floor to questions, if there are any. For the first presentation, and then we move on with the next presentation, and then we'll have the comment section at the end. Please, Professor.
Thank you very much for inviting me to present my findings and my work today. As director of the Global Governance Center, I would also like to say that we were really delighted to provide our support to this conference, which is really on a super interesting and important topic. And thanks to everyone for all the work on that. Is it working? I feel like I need to get really close, but okay. So today I will present some of my reflections, which came out through my work on the mobilization, but also the production of expert knowledge in global governance. I will not present specific findings related to some of the cases which I'm working on, but more some general reflections on how to go about exploring the making of expertise in global governance. So an expertise here I define as knowledge which is considered as authoritative at a given moment in time. Of course, expertise also has to do with a substantive skill and a substantive knowledge, but there are different forms and types of substantive knowledges at given times and given periods. So which of these come to be authoritative also has to do with politics. How did I come to be interested in the making of expertise in global governance? Well, that was a very long process, but mainly this was about looking at the websites of international organizations and seeing the term evidence-based everywhere in their platforms, in their documents, in their reports, and so on. So I always very much refer to this evidence-based policy-making style, whether it's in health, the kind of cases I'm working about at the moment, but also in climate, education, development, and so on. So this is a very much wide-ranging reference to the need to found policies on evidence which is considered as valid, accurate, and so on. Experts also seem to be sitting everywhere in global governance, either in international organizations, in academia, in consultancies, in advisory groups of some sort. You see high-level commissions in more or less every field of global governance where you have experts sitting there. And these sites produce a plethora of studies, also databases, reports, seminal papers, and so on, that form the knowledge base of given issue domains. And of course, the question comes of how is this knowledge produced? How is it stabilized and perpetuated in different domains of global governance? Opening up the so-called black box, I mean, to use a term already used in the science and technology studies literature. So opening up the black box of knowledge-making processes within and also around IOs, I argue, is important because it shifts our focus from IOs as international secretariats to the ecosystems of global governance in specific issue domains, so IOs, but also all the other sites and actors that they work with and produce knowledge with. And in doing so, it shifts our focus to the international or transnational settings where the global is shaped, to cite a short introduction to the conference, which the organizers wrote. And second, it also operates a shift to the more informal, behind-the-scenes processes or ways of doing politics via other means, to cite Bruno Latour. How to go about that? I started, of course, when I was getting interested in the subject of inquiry, to read IR scholarship. It's very much dominated by an approach that looks at experts' influence on policymakers. And here you can think of the epistemic communities literature. Peter Haas, already in 1992, coming up with this concept. So even constructivist literature of the epistemic communities kind is still preoccupied with this idea of how experts or scientists influence policy or shape the preferences of policymakers. I felt like thinking in those terms was not always helpful in terms of understanding and capturing the complexities of knowledge-making practices. In science and technology studies, by contrast, of course, the co-constitution and the co-legitimation of knowledge and politics is already an old story. You do not have to convince anyone in the field about that. You have different strands of the so-called co-production literature, which tries to capture this enmeshment between knowledge and politics. But I also felt like this literature, although it has worked as an inspiration in my work, is not sufficiently translated to capture processes that are taking place at the policy level, at the meso level of the policy process. In STS, you have literature that is very much working at a macro level and which looks at the interaction between knowledge and state identities, for example, or at the micro level when you have studies of what's happening in the laboratory when Latour is examining how scientists produce scientific facts. I felt like this needs some kind of translation to eliminate the production of expertise in global governance, and that this enmeshment between knowledge and politics cannot be defined in such abstract terms, and that we should be able to observe that through more practical and tangible mechanisms. So I argue that we need to focus on the processes, the sites, and the materiality of knowledge-making in global governance in order to capture the way expertise is produced in an enmeshed and interwoven space where actors, sites, and infrastructures intersect in global governance. And I propose that we could ask the following questions. We could pursue the following objects of inquiry. Who are the actors and what are the sites of knowledge production? What are the processes and practices of knowledge production? What kind of knowledge infrastructures or machineries produce and stabilize expertise? But also, what hierarchies and power dynamics structure such processes, relationships, and make possible certain forms of ordering or assemblage? And I think this last question is very important, because there is some literature in IR which is already working on epistemic practices of knowledge production, but sometimes it's losing a little bit this question of hierarchies, resources, and power dynamics. So I will now go about these different sets of questions and see how in practice, what kind of objects of inquiry they could result in practice, and then I will talk a little bit about methods and how to go about it. So in terms of processes of knowledge production, I think that there are very interesting questions to be asked and subjects to explore. The first one is the circulation of elite groups and professionals across sites. That's already the object of the literature on professional networks. And I think here there is still further work that is needed. There's also, in addition to that, the circulation of data or phenomena of cross-siting across different sites, which is not very much examined and which plays an essential role, I would argue, in processes of knowledge production and stabilization. So often you have, when you look at documents and expert reports which are produced in a given issue domain, you see that there's a lot of cross-siting. And very often you see a lot of circularity when you have actually a relatively small number of studies that are always cited in a rather circular fashion. There's a piece by Broom and Seabrook which also refers to this phenomenon of recursive recognition. And that's how certain studies and expert reports or findings get recognized just because they are repeated and reiterated repeatedly. A third point that I would argue also deserves further research is what I call in my own work the crossing points. What do I mean by crossing points? I refer to those events in global governance which structure a field, which structures the governance of a field and where everyone meets. So you have fairs, for example. Here I just gave an example because this is a case I'm working on at the moment, global mental health policies. And you have this World Mental Health Day, which is coming up in a few days in October, and everyone will meet there. So whether WHO officials, but also activists, professional organizations, and so on. And these events, they play a role, of course, because there's a lot of politics about who is invited, who isn't. Some material is also reiterated here, so it also connects with this idea of the circulation of data, which I just mentioned earlier on. And these events, I argue, also play a key role in terms of aligning ideas and stabilizing certain forms of knowledge. Hardy and Maguire also use the term field configuring events to refer to those events that are extremely central and critical to the formation of a field and to stabilizing certain forms, certain paradigms, ideas, and so on. A fourth area of inquiry would be the processes of inclusion and inclusion, or processes of critique neutralization. There are actually already some works, not my own, but there are already some works on this, and some scholars are trying to see how criticism, for example, might be strategically included as a way of taming the critique. I think that this is also very important as a process of knowledge production or stabilization. So obviously, this is, I could go on, and you may have other great ideas, but these are some elements of food for thought. Second, after talking a little bit about these processes, I would argue that we also need further work on actors and sites of knowledge production, which go beyond, let's say, the main suspects. There's a lot of work on IOs and how they produce knowledge. There's a lot of work on expert groups as well. But I think we can also go beyond that. So, I mean, I did mention IOs, secretariats, and of course, interesting questions are how they broker knowledge, how they filter knowledge, which often is produced elsewhere outside IOs. I did mention what I call boundary expert groups, and I call them boundary because these expert groups, so these high-level commissions, which are often convened by international organizations, often they sit at the boundary of different spheres. So you have typically officials from IOs, but also academics who are invited, sometimes experts from the private sector. So they very much operate at the intersection of different sites, organizations, and spheres. Third, I mentioned boundary research clusters, and I think this is very much under-researched. You have academic institutions or academic departments or academic centers that work very much at the intersection of academia and policy, and they often play a key role in producing the expertise for certain IOs. It's actually very easy to identify them once you go in depth into a specific field, and there you end up with rather puzzling situations where you see research clusters really teaching the same material which IOs have on their website, for example. And I've observed that in some of the cases I have examined. I think this is something which is still under-researched in terms of expertise studies in IR. Then, of course, there are think tanks, consultancies, which start to be researched. Consultancies, I would say, still too little. They also produce a lot of work for global governance. Data institutes, you have today with the rise of big data and its use for prioritization in global governance, the data increasingly so is produced outside IOs. And you have like very large data institutes, which often are privately funded because often resources lie in the private sector. Large data, big data collection and calculation is very costly, and that's still not very much studied. Also, this also is part of the knowledge-based, which is used in various global governance domains. And then there is what I call frontier journals. So journals which I would argue also sit at the crossroad or at the intersection between academia and policy. And often in these frontier journals, you could see also officials from IOs publishing in there and so on. So these sites are sites where professional trajectories intersect at their most, but they also act themselves autonomously as mechanisms that inscribe and perpetuate a certain form of expertise, which I argue in my work ends up being quite circular because you see often the same sites and the same actors working in all these structures. Third, I argue that it's very much worth paying attention to the infrastructures, the epistemic infrastructures and their material component. Of course, I'm not the first to argue that. In the field of STS, many scholars have made that point. Knorr Cetina, who worked on epistemic machineries, for those who are familiar, argued already years ago that material infrastructures play a critical role because they mediate ties between humans over a long time and large distances. That was an argument which was also made by Starr. And as such, they make transportable, they perpetuate, they stabilize certain ways of knowing. This has been taken up in IR by the practice literature. So there is some work on epistemic practices, for instance, by Christian Büger. He's very much the one who imported that into IR. And he's been examining, to cite him, the practical infrastructures by which knowledge is produced, validated, and maintained. And here, scholars like Büger and others have focused on these material elements, which can be models of calculation, data sets, documents, large metrics, indicators, which play a key role in stabilizing knowledge. Also forms of visualization, graphs, and so on, which of course are everywhere when you look again at the websites of IOs or other global governance actors. I think that this contribution is key and that needs to be further explored. I also think that we need to link these material infrastructures and the role they play with the structural hierarchies within which they emerge. Sometimes, and that's maybe more characteristic of the recent practice literature, it's very relational in its ontology. It's very much about how fragile structures of meaning come into place, but sometimes structures of reproduction are forgotten. Of course, this was also a reaction maybe to early practice theory, which was very Bourdieusian and which focused only on that, but perhaps this was a little bit too much forgotten. So that's why I say that maybe we should move from infrastructuring, which is very much about the performative role of these material infrastructures, to the infrastructured, like how did they come into place and what kind of material, what kind of power dynamics made them come into place in the first place. So I have no idea how long I still have, but I guess I'm soon over my 15 minutes, and this is actually my last slide, how to go about that. So these are just ideas. I'm sure that scholars speaking after me will come up with their own ideas about methods and so on, but I just wanted to suggest 3 entry points. One could be people, and here it might be interesting to follow the actors, as Latour once argued we should be doing, but perhaps examine more the social profiles of professionals, focusing on their career trajectories and relationships rather than their particular actions. I mean, that kind of method can be called protopographic methods, and that's very much about trying to identify phenomena of circulation across different spheres, what one person may have done as an expert, but also as an official, and where this person has worked and so on. And I think that can be quite useful in terms of capturing that enmeshment between different sites, spheres, and so on, and how that plays out into the production and the stabilization of expert knowledge. And you can do that also by just looking at the products of expertise. When you look at reports and you trace authoring and sponsorship and so on, you can also feed into delineating the social profiles of professionals or of a certain group of professionals. You may also use as an entry point sites and infrastructures. And here, of course, ethnographic methods and interviews would provide you with a very strong entry point. In IR, it's still emerging. Of course, we will have anthropologists speaking in the afternoon, and they've been doing that for a long time already. Here I refer to local and non-local ethnographic methods. So local ethnographic methods would be like, you go to a meeting and you observe it, you're based there, and it's direct participant observation. Non-local is about observing at distance, because if you think about global governance, you have relations between actors, sites, which do not necessarily involve sitting in the same room. So, and here maybe you can differentiate between relations and connections. And to observe these relations, it may actually not even help to be sitting in an expert group, and then you do not really see the broader picture. And to what kind of size this expert group is connected. So, and I think this is today accepted in anthropology. Maybe some colleagues will contradict me later, but I think that anthropologists acknowledge that ethnography is not only about direct participant observation, but also observation at distance. And here it's about getting the closest possible vantage point to the topic. And third, you may also start from the products of expertise themselves. So, and here you have more classic forms of textual analysis, which can be about discursive critical analysis, but also genealogical analysis of the products of expertise. So genealogy can be super useful in terms of situating the knowledge you are looking at in a specific historical context, understanding how it has emerged, and of course, as a way of also broadening up your horizons of also other kinds of knowledge that may also be relevant, but that have been forgotten in a specific time and place. So, so this is already in use in IR for years. I think it's still very useful. When you look at documents, texts, or data of any kind, you may also use them in order, and I think I mentioned that actually when I was mentioning prosopographic methods, you may also use these documents to do other things with them. So you may use them to look at phenomena of authorship, sponsorship, how was the production of this expert report funded, what organizations sponsor it. So it's not only looking at the author, which is of course an obvious information to find. You may also examine phenomena of cross-citing across different documents and so on. So you can actually learn a lot through the products of expertise about how certain forms of expert knowledge are produced and stabilized and get recognized in global governance. So here are a few thoughts, and I'm sure that they will be complemented by the case study work of my colleagues very soon. Thanks.
Thanks a lot, Annabelle, for sharing your top-notch research with us. Now we have the pleasure to have Dr. Lucille Martins, Senior Lecturer in International Relations from Université de Lausanne.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for the introduction. Thank you very much for the organization of this conference. I'm really happy to be here today to talk about this work that I've been working on for the last 10 years. It's kind of the outcome of a lot of research that I've been doing with my colleague Marie-Chloé. And so I'm going to be presenting today this book that was published by Routledge this year and is available in open access, Why International Organizations Hate Politics, Depoliticizing the World. So the way that I'm going to be structuring my presentation, I'm going to be briefly talking about why this book, why did we come up with the idea of writing a book on international organization and depoliticization. Then I will discuss where it is situated in the IR scholarship, the puzzle and the approach, mainly, very briefly, the main findings, and then how this participates in bringing alternative approach to IOs as this is the topic of this conference. So why did we start working on depoliticization and international organization? This comes from a puzzle, or the curiosity that was mentioning earlier, and this was in different fields of research. So in my own work on the UN Environment Programme, I was doing participant observation within UNEP, and I kept on hearing the UNEP staff saying that they were not doing politics, that what they were doing is doing like neutral, science-based assessment, that UNEP was more accepted because it's less political, and all of that was a bit contradictory to the very fact that in those reports, the recommendations were pretty political. They were talking about how you should fund natural resources management, how you should structure the environment ministry in the different countries where the UNEP would have done those environmental assessments. So I was puzzled by the claim that not being political and having very political recommendation in the publication. In the case of Marieke, she worked on the International Labour Organization, and she was looking at the representativeness within the ILO. And during interviews, she also got with delegates representing states, but also representing the employers or the employees, saying that they were not talking about political issues. They were talking about technical, labor-related issues, or even saying that their position is not political. We are talking about the body which is managing international labor laws or standards, and they were saying it's not political. So you see, this is how we came up with this very empirical paradox that you have international organizations. They are working on very political issues. It's politicized context. That's where states negotiate. That's where expertise is being produced. And at the end of the day, they were keeping on saying that it's apolitical nature. And so we wanted to take this claim very seriously and address what we could call a form of elephant in the room, because this has been since the beginning of international organization. And so it was taking stock of all the work that other people have done before us on international organization and this connection with the politics, the apolitical claims, and expanding it by also connecting it with the more recent research on depoliticization, which has been mainly focused on the national level. So I already said that it's not something entirely new. Of course, there's been quite a lot of work actually on in IR scholarship. So where do we situate ourselves? We connect with the functionalist debate, and because that's where the questions of technocracy and peace and the fact that depoliticization would be seen as a condition for international cooperation. So they've been already at the very inception of the work in IR on international organization, this way of thinking about the politics of international organization. But later on, there was all this literature about international bureaucracies and the fact that international organization can do anti-politics, and connecting all of this literature brings us also to a third trend. And I think Annabelle's work is also a big part of this trend about expertise, knowledge production, and technicization. So you have all this work where on the first hand, the functionalist debate it's also like a political message about how international cooperation is supposed to work. The one on bureaucracy and anti-politics focus mainly on depoliticization as a form of tactic to impose the worldview. And then you have the politics of expertise, which has seen depoliticization as a form of daily professional practice. And so we decided to connect all of this by bringing together this IR scholarship and the scholarship on depoliticization. And that's how we came up with the title of the book, which is a mix between Why We Hate Politics by Colin Hay, which brought all the literature on depoliticization, and Rule for the World, that were also mentioned earlier, by Barnett and Fillmore. And that's the second part of the title, Depoliticizing the World. So that's how we came up with this puzzle and trying to understand how, why, and to what end do IOs present their action as outside the realm of politics. And in terms of how we connect that to the concept that we've been working with, we transform this question into how and why do IOs perform depoliticization, and what are the consequences of IO depoliticizing moves. So I hope that was already clear, but that doesn't mean that IOs are apolitical, or that doesn't mean that IO action is always depoliticized. It's actually about the politics of depoliticization and how all of this connects, and I will go back to that right after. So in terms of methodological approach And that may be already something about the alternative approach to international law. I would say that I connected with IR scholarship, but say in terms of the way we conducted the research, it's really empirically driven. So it's really connected to more international political sociology approach, or sociology of international relations, that's the way you will call it in France. We both did our studies in France, and that coming also from that background. And so the puzzle came from the fieldwork that we've been doing. And we did so participants observation, semi-structured interviews, analysis of UN production, both in terms of content and format. It's also connecting to all the literature on infrastructure and also the STS literature. But it's also not fully like a comparison between cases, but a multi-case study approach. What do I mean by that is that we analyze all the different cases that we've been working on personally, but also reread the work of others and try to value all their findings in the light of these questions about depoliticization and international organization. And so with that, we formulated a framework that is based on the investigation of the different practices and logic in a variety of contexts. And so the way we have observed depoliticization within international organization, we see that depoliticization consists in minimizing, concealing, or even eliminating politics within IOs. So this means that depoliticization is a process and it needs to be contextualized. It's enacted through daily practices. It's really in the everyday inner working of international organization. That doesn't mean it's only about secretariats. It comes also with states and all of the delegates. It's all the different actors and agents that compose international organization. And depoliticization follow institutional logics and different individual tactics. And what we've seen in all the cases that we've been looking at is that this process has political meaning and it has implication, and that's why it's so important to look at it. And politicization and depoliticizations are both evidence of political agency of and within IOs. Another book connected to this question, Frédéric Méran just published a book on the politicization within the European Commission. So we can see it as the opposite argument that what was the one we are making in the book, but actually it's completely complementary, because what he's saying is about how international bureaucrats and international and also governmental delegates within the EU manage to do the political work. And in the case of our book, it's how they manage to conceal the political work. So all of this, again, it's about the political agency within and of IOs. And so the framework that we came up with, it's I'm just going to be briefly showing you the tables that the way we design, and that's how the book is structured. We have a first part on the depoliticization practices. So that's basically how it works. And we divided them in 3 types of depoliticization practices. The first one is expert-related. So it's how international organizations claim expertise and provide technical interpretation, and by doing so, depoliticize their role in framing those problems. The second depoliticization practice is related to format and the format of neutrality, how international organizations produce, support, circulate what they call like so-called neutral formats, and by having those formats, they actually bring very political message. And the third type of practice is time-related, is how you delay, you postpone, you dilute, you routinize very political issues, and at the end of the day, you lose the political momentum by extending it over time. The second part of the book is dedicated to depoliticization logics. So we choose to talk about logics because it's a way to bring intentions, but also unintended consequences. We never said that everybody within international organization, like you have staff waking up in the morning saying, okay, let's depoliticize poverty. That's not the way they work, right? So it's about understanding how it's working in terms of institutional logic, professional logics, but also is there like a strategic component, and what are the unintended consequences? So the first part is bringing back the functional and pragmatism in the way that international organization actors depoliticize also in names of necessity. That's also a way to intervene in very politicized and polarized field, for example. And this is the first logic that we identify. The second one is related to legitimacy. It's the way how through depoliticization, international organization can gain in legitimacy, can expand their mandate in fields that they were not supposed to be acted at the first place. And the third one, which is maybe a bit more provocative, is about the logic of related to responsibility and how depoliticization is also a way to shift responsibilities between actors and at the end of the day, maintaining the status quo. So that's the book overview, and I'm just going to be briefly talking about the two cases that I mentioned in introduction, just to give you a bit of empirical meat to this talk. So the case of the UN Environment Programme, for example, so the one that I've been studying for my own research, how does that connect with their work in terms of when you see this book overview? So the case of UNEP, so the one I was mentioning at the beginning, its work in post-conflict environment. So they do post-conflict environmental assessment. They go in a place where there's been a conflict and they just evaluate the state of the environment. And so when they do that, they assert the expertise in doing post-conflict environmental assessment. They bring different external consultants, and they use the format of this neutral assessment to actually bring very political message. But so how do we explain this logic of depoliticization? It's first a pragmatic answer, because to access this field is very difficult. It's very polarized after a conflict, and it's a way to make sure that they are able to access, to be able to analyze the environmental damage of the conflict. But it's also a way of getting legitimacy in this field. The UN Environment Programme is a normative program. It's not supposed to be in the field, actually. Like the way it was structured in terms of its mandate when it was created in 1972, UNEP was a normative organization here to bring the environmental consciousness within the UN, to facilitate the adoption of norms on the environment, not to go in the field and fix the environment. So that's also trying to show their expertise, and through this neutral assessment that they managed to expand their mandate. Going to the ILO case that I was mentioning also in introduction. An example of formatting neutrality is that we've been using in the book is the ILO help desk for business on international labor standards. So you have this help desk online where you have multinationals that can send their questions. They are completely anonymized, and then the ILO takes the questions, and then they can answer publicly, but without revealing which multinationals send the questions. And so by using the fact that it's the organization, like it's the multinationals that ask the question, they are pretending they don't have the agency of giving the advice. It's coming from the multinational asking the question. So it's a way to bring advice on labor standards, but without saying that they are actually doing recommendation. About gaining time, losing momentum, the case of the ILO is also interesting, how there's been a delay in the reform of the ILO governing bodies. You have lots of reports, working groups, and all of that have been debating for decades, and there's still no reform coming up. In terms of logics of depoliticization, very briefly, the way that the ILO managed to bypass controversy, they focus on human needs instead of insisting on the partisanship or the polarized debate on labor rights, and that's how they managed to follow this functional pragmatic path. But by doing that, they also avoid responsibility, especially when you talk about the professionals actor, and I use a professional because it's interesting how in the past the states, but also employers and workers were sending people that were representing a political position as their delegates, and now they tend to professionalize the delegates to make sure that there is no responsibility ties anymore between the states and the delegates. So this type of example show you what we do in the book. And so to conclude, what So what? So, okay, depoliticization within international organization, it's not new, but what we wanted to do is having a systematic analysis of this very common question in IO studies by bringing this twofold framework, and we hope that it's going to be tested elsewhere, it's going to be expanded, new practices, new logic is going to come up, and that's very exciting for us as a research agenda. Again, it's not only about depoliticization. We conclude the book also by showing contestation, resistance, counterproductive. All of this is connected. It's all about the politics of internationalization. And maybe to very briefly, this is very important at the moment also to look at depoliticization in the IO legitimacy crisis, because we can also make the hypothesis that the fact that IOs do not assume their political role is also part of why they are now so criticized in both ends of the political spectrum. Thank you very much for your attention and looking forward to the discussion.
Great, thank you very much, Lucille. Is this on? Perfect. Thanks a lot for sharing your research with us. Now I have the pleasure to have Dr. Lorenzo Gaspari and Dr. Nicola Ridi to present their research on computational analysis of Security Council resolution.
Thank you so much, Negar and Daniel. It's a great pleasure to be back at the Institute. And this is really going to be, I believe it at its best, because Niccolo is in London. And I'm going to manage the slides. So how do I change here the slides? Should I? Oh, sorry, come on. No, let's see the other one. Okay. Nicola, are you there?
I am, yes. I hope you can hear me.
I can see him on the screen. Nicola?
Can you hear me?
So it's
You should be able.
But he's there, but we cannot hear him or seeing the video.
You can hear him online.
Yes.
Pascal, tu peux mettre en ligne? Perfect. There it is.
Okay.
All right. So I'm hoping you can hear me. Is that working now?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. All right. I guess I will start. And Lorenzo, please hit the space bar on the slides if you can. All right. So thank you very much for the introduction. And I'm also very grateful. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. We need him to share the slides.
Okay, so if you... Has you...
Yes, perfect.
Okay, please, Nicola.
All right. So sorry for the many moving parts. Okay. So thanks again for the introduction and for the invitation. And for me too, is a true pleasure to return to the Institute, although only through my astral body, so to speak. So our presentation today deals with the application of computational approaches to the study of international organizations. And it is really the methodological side, or rather one of the methodological sides of a research project that Lorenzo and I have been working on for some time. So the story we'll tell you today is also the story of our project itself. And that's the story of how asking a question led us to the adoption of a method, and how that method largely succeeded in several respects, but also failed quite spectacularly in others. So let me roll back the tape a little bit, and Lorenzo would ask you to, last year, Lorenzo and I decided to tackle the fairly classic question of the authority of Security Council resolutions. And of course, there is no shortage of research on this topic, but we set out to understand one specific aspect of the problem. So how does the Security Council itself, which is an authority that is largely an unfettered power, how does the Security Council in itself perceive its own past authority, and what does this entail? So we posited that this question could have some implications for assessing the Council's mission creep, for example, beyond its primary responsibility and its assumed function of a legislator. And in order to tackle the problem, we decided to rely on a proxy that was so ubiquitous to be, ironically, almost invisible. So the constant practice of the Council of relying on its previous resolutions. So we had a question and an idea of how to tackle it. And the second question was the choice of an approach. So we did the obvious. We interviewed the experts, a number of current and past officials. We got what we deserved, I think, which was anecdotal evidence. But we also learned something interesting, and that was that resolutions are highly negotiated texts with little involvement of the Secretariat. So it was not precisely boilerplate. It was interesting material to dig into. But of course, there was a lot of it, and to draw general inferences, it was essential that we examined it in its aggregate dimension. So at that point, we did what everyone does, and we created a data set. So we collected the 2,489 Security Council resolutions that had been adopted up to 2019, and used a variety of computational tools to process and extract references to previous resolutions. We found 21,274 of them, but of course, we also collected additional metadata such as voting records, sponsorship information, and more. And it came down to put our methods to the test. So how did it fare? I will start with the good and let Lorenzo deal with the bad. So these are the promises the promises of the method as exemplified by our findings. So the first point was finding what mattered. And it really was the first finding that we had, the first test that we had to go through. So a robustness check, so to speak. In other words, we had to look at whether or not references to previous resolutions mattered at all. In order to do so, we have compared the set of references included in each draft resolution with the text of adopted resolutions. And what we found was that references were surprisingly controversial, with quite a bit of deviation between the references included in the adopted resolution and its draft, which is already a text that has received feedback, so that proxy itself is problematic, but we'll get to that later. And in particular, what we found was that more often than not, references were expunged rather than added. So this we saw as fairly good evidence for our point. Our second point was the identification of meaningful connections, which we saw as an additional promise. We applied some fairly basic network science and discovered a growing centrality of thematic and legislative resolutions. And in particular, thematic resolutions, such as the ones on civilians and armed conflict and on women, peace and security, feature prominently among the most referenced. This was also quite fascinating because it provides an insight in the preference for reliance on resolutions that had been adopted anonymously. But it is not just about the number of connections. It is also about their quality. So, for example, we found that the civilians and armed conflict and terrorism resolutions were particularly central within the network and were very well connected to situation-specific clusters, meaning that they were referenced by them. So this mattered to our mind insofar as it showed the unfolding of a process by which, to borrow some constructivist terminology once again, from Martha Finmore, for example, the Council adopts, consumes, and ultimately diffuses norms. This provides one way to understand the bridge between situational concerns relating to the maintenance of peace and security and a lawmaking role of the Council. And it also confirms on a large scale the hypothesis advanced by some that even in situational concerns, the Council has moved away from an objective, so to speak, of crisis management and has increasingly engaged in mapping out future regulation and structure of governance. Now, this, of course, was a fairly bold claim, so we also set out to identify whether the engagement with previous resolution was meaningful or just window dressing. And in particular, some of the people we had interviewed mentioned that the practice of referencing previous resolution was, again, just window dressing in the preambles. And what we did was to map out the positioning of such previous citations to previous resolutions, found that very often these were in fact adopted imperative paragraphs. And of course, then we went on and we did other things. In particular, we looked at the evolution of the language in Security Council resolutions. And Lorenzo, if you can please, yeah. And in practice, we looked at what type of topics were pulled for the recalling of previous resolutions. But we also tested some more exotic hypotheses. And in particular, we looked at the alleged disappearance of the language of women, peace and security, which is, again, one of the most significant thematic areas in recent resolution, which has been denounced by some. And we tackled this question by comparing our data concerning the references with topic modeling, that is to say, automatic clustering of text based on the use of words. And we did find that the overall language has changed somewhat, but what has not really changed were the references to previous resolutions, which may have replaced contentious language in some circumstances. So I will stop here for the moment and leave it to Lorenzo to continue and also tackle some of the difficulties we have encountered. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Niccolo. So let me continue just with the last promise of the method that we would like to introduce to present. It is related with machine learning and the classification of references to previous resolutions. So our research question behind the employment of machine learning tools was to discover the different motives that the Security Council has for quoting previous resolutions. So because network analysis has shown some certain relevant patterns, but it does not tell us why and what is the purpose that the Security Council seeks by referring to its past. So we work on the hypothesis under which similar verbs might be used for the same purposes. Thus, we classify citations that create a link between the citing resolution and the past as conveying the idea of a basis for an action. So frequent expressions are established by, acting under, version 2. Then our second category captures links with the past, which convey a sense of continuity. This is the case for expressions such as recalling, reaffirming, and reminding. And finally, when citations are added to refer to previous measures which must be implemented, complied with, or amended, we classify them as aim. So expressions include comply with, interpret, call, demand, and decide. So on this basis, we coded a small portion of the dataset, more or less 500 randomly selected citing paragraphs, and to serve as a training set, obtaining then class predictions for the remainder using a logistic regressions-based classifier. And this is the classifier pipeline that we used. And then the results that we had are this one. So perhaps unsurprisingly, we find that a majority of reference to previous resolutions falls in the category of continuity. And these findings reflect, of course, in large part, the evolving structure of the test of resolutions, in particular from short, actionable text to longer documents with extensive preambles. And they're also consistent with the evolution of the distribution of citations, which have come to largely populate preambles rather than operative paragraphs. And, but for the moment, and now it's time to move to the second part, the one we would like to speak about the perils of the approach. So playing also with the title of the conference. So first, the availability or readability of documents. This is sort of the most clear one. So it's a self-evident concern for the employment of computational analysis, because while the vast majority of recent and relevant documents can be easily found online, then this is not the case for all the materials and other instruments. So for instance, we could not retrieve all draft resolutions from the United Nations Digital Library. And in the case of older documents, here, for instance, you have the first Security Council resolutions, it might be difficult to find machine-readable documents. So problems concerning the source of the data. Then, more relevantly, probably, it's the second concern that we call the validity of the proxy, because this is the risk of misrepresenting the relevance of certain data, which is, of course, one of the most critical challenges of computational analysis, because data are only a proxy to prove or disprove a certain argument. So, for instance, the data obtained from the analysis of Security Council resolutions do not by themselves explain the meaning of ultra-virus acts, for instance, or don't tell us everything that there is to know on the notion of self-defense, of course. Well, they represent the employment of a legal concept and its repetition through time that can be analyzed by employing more traditional approaches. So in particular, in the context of Security Council resolutions, we use the practice of referring to previous resolutions as a proxy to determine how this organ perceives and relies on its past, as Niccolo said. And we focus on so-called legislative resolutions, which is called so like that because characterized by generality and abstractness. And the idea was to ask what their normative relevance is and whether we can speak in terms of a practice of legislation that is developing through time. And we describe this fact, as Niccolo just mentioned, by relying on the fact that the 5 most cited resolutions that you can find again here in the slide deal all with the recognition of general obligation concerning the protection of civilians in armed conflict. Then another persistent risk of computational analysis is to develop research questions that are affected by the capacity of the method to gather and analyze data. So as such, computational analysis does not augment the capacity to gather and analyze information, but on the opposite, it limits the research on what can be effectively analyzed with the data we have. And so there is the risk of ignoring the paths and hypotheses that are not apt to be analyzed by a computational tool. So the problem is that data narrows the perspectives of the policymaker or of the researcher to what is quantificable, and these quantificable indicators do not easily reconcile with the complex social reality. So the evident risk is that computational tools become an end in themselves, and the methods turn into research questions, something similar to what Jan at the beginning was mentioning. Then, finally, a frequent approach to data analysis is grounded to the narrative under which data are objective and they do not require interpretation. And consequently, the main advantage of computational approaches will be to provide a better description of reality as grounded on empirical data. However, we'll know that data only acquire meaning through interpretation, and the employment of computational analysis and so-called distant reading techniques do not exempt from close reading the relevant documents, or at least part of them, and previous knowledge of the context is essential to take advantage of the augmented capability of the managing data and interpreting them. So computational tools complement close reading to reveal the hidden partners, but do not substitute any other approach to international organizations and to international law in general. So to conclude, what we would like to do it here to engage with the team of the conference, present our research, but from the methodological perspective mainly. And now we are also expanding the project to other organs of the UN and also to other international organizations, and testing other hypotheses on the functioning of the Security Council, in particular concerning in particular on lawmaking and interpretations. But for the moment, thank you very much for the attention, and thank you again, Negar and Daniel.
Thank you very much, Lorenzo. Thank you, Nicola. Really interesting. Thank you. Last but not least, we have Dr. Gore Samval, who used to be a PhD at the Graduate Institute and is now a lecturer at Yerevan Law School.
So the presentation is...
Yes.
You can use this. Yes. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure and honor to have the opportunity to address the participants of the conference. And today I will be presenting about the potentials, pitfalls, and the complexities of international organizations and international law on the example of, in my view, one of the most unique institutions that have been created under multilateral environmental treaties. These are basically the compliance committees and implementation committees that operate under multilateral environmental treaties. They have been established since 1980s, but the proliferation of these committees has taken place somewhere at the end of the 1990s and 2000s, And the most recent environmental agreement, the Paris Accord, also contains provision on the compliance mechanism under multilateral environmental treaties. And also those environmental, global and regional environmental agreements that did not have provisions and did not have this type of institutions, more lately, they have also introduced. So basically, these institutions, compliance and implementation mechanism, operate under most of the global and most prominent global and regional environmental agreements. From the perspective of today's conference, though, my reflection on the experience and the empirics of these compliance committees and their impact on national legal systems in terms of promoting compliance and implementation has the objective of advancing a claim that the performance, success, and failure of these institutions is greatly embedded in the quality of the consensus that emerges between the parties on which the international law itself is hinges. So, in other words, where the parties throughout the negotiations do not reach a strong consensus about the values, shared values, and the objectives that will pursue throughout the treaty life cycles, these institutions are not exhibiting the capacity of rewriting the story of these treaties and playing such crucial role as to give a rise to a consensus or to give a rise of the shared values and understandings that the parties need to pursue throughout the implementation and compliance process. And of course, in doing so, I had, as part of my PhD, I assessed the impact and of this institution's compliance and implementation mechanism that required me to depart the doctrinal approaches and methods of the inquiry and to borrow some sort of approaches and methods from other disciplines, particularly political science. So in my presentation, I'm going also to reflect on how far in the world of images, imaginations, and declarations and constructions of law and international law in particular, the empirical work and empirical assessment of an institution can take us in explaining the performance of those institutions itself. And this is the point where I'm basically drawn back in my finding of reasons for the performance of the great heterogeneity that I observed in the performance of these institutions to somewhere else than through just the methods of empirical inquiry. And I call it going back to law somewhat. This may sound an artificial line, but I put a line between the institution and law itself. And I go back to law, to international law, to doctrinal approaches, and then, of course, to theories which may give an answer to why these institutions performed in one way or the other. So first, I will speak about the impact of these institutions, and then I will try to explain the heterogeneity that exists between them and how how we can explain why these institutions performed in one way or the other. So multilateral environmental agreements that I have looked into were 18. This includes the Aarhus Convention, the Alpine Convention, Atlantic Tuna Convention, the Kyoto Protocol, Montreal Protocol, etc. So when we looked at this compliance mechanisms that operate under these treaties, from the output perspective, they mostly perform two kinds of functions. That is that they look into individual cases of compliance, which I mean the referrals, communications, and submissions that have been made by the secretariats, by the non-governmental organizations, or state themselves about the non-compliance of other states, of the compliance or non-compliance of themselves. And the second, so these committees decide on those cases, and then they follow up to see how the state progresses in its obligation to comply with second-order rules of these regimes. The second function that they perform is the review of the reporting, the national reporting that the parties submit in order to report on their compliance and how they have been doing in aligning their behavior with the international obligations. And then after doing the review of these reports, they themselves produce a report which contains the assessments about the compliance and the degree of success the parties have achieved in improving their this degree of the success or failure in with respect to the treaty provisions. So when I looked at the 321 cases of individual cases of compliance during the period of 1995-2014, I found out that out of 12 committees, that's 6 only did consider 321 cases, and the other 6 committees did not consider any individual cases of compliance concerning the parties. And of these 321, 24 were considered non-admissible. The distribution of the remaining 297 admissible cases was the following. In 228 cases, parties were recognized to be non-compliant. In 55 cases were found to be compliant. In 30 cases, which were initiated under the Kyoto Protocol, the committee was not able to reach any conclusion about the compliance or non-compliance of the parties. So the committees that have been the most, so to say, the long-lived committee is the Montreal Protocol's Compliance Committee. Among the ones that have considered the case, it was Aarhus Air Convention, Kyoto, Basel Convention on the transboundary movement of hazardous wastes. So when I looked at the reviews and reporting function, then we should consider here that that very much depends, the number of the reviews and the reports that these committees do very much depend on the reporting cycles of the parties themselves. And we know that the reporting cycle for some treaties is 4 years, the national reporting cycle. So the number of the reviews that the committees themselves do does not depend on them. But they are the ones that have considered around, depending on the time that they were established, they have done 25 reviews, Cartagena Protocol 13, CITES 11, but there have been also committees who had only 1 review cycle, so it did not really allow a meaningful evaluation. For example, the protocol on pollutant release and transfer registers. So the evaluation of the impact of these compliance committees on the national legal orders I have done through application of the methods that I borrowed from political science, all kinds of social science research groups. And this is where I basically applied both quantitative and qualitative methods for assessing the individual cases of compliance. And I have applied qualitative methods only for the reviews and reportings. It was the impact index where I basically scored each and every case, and in every 320 cases also the progress of the parties based on this scoring system. And then I have used the comparators, so which marks the highest possible score of the compliance for each committee, given the cases considered, then deducts the actual score and presents in percentage. When it comes to the review reporting, the application of quantitative methods appeared quite challenging and almost impossible, perhaps because of the limitations methodological that I had myself given my training as a lawyer. So there, the only cool thing I could do is the coding of the progress of the issue areas per country. So trying to identify throughout the reporting periods whether certain issues persist. Do these issues concern that particular type of parties, and what kind of resolutions do we see of these issues? And based on this assessment, the impact of the committees, I've categorized them in 3 main categories. These are the categories A, B, and C, of course. A are those committees who have exhibited high impact, both quantitatively and qualitatively, or high qualitative impact, if it's about only review and reporting mandate that they had. Category B, it's committees are the intermediate impact committees, though they have demonstrable quantitative and qualitative impact, but of course not as high as the category A committees. And then category C is low impact committees, either high or low quantitative impact, but with low qualitative impact. So, for example, in case of Basel Convention, I can see that the Compliance Committee reaches a high quantitative impact in terms of that all the cases that have been decided and the parties complied, but in fact they complied with the issue that concerns about sending the national reports to the secretariats. So it doesn't even touch upon the substantive issues that this treaty covers, but it touches only upon such questions as national reporting, which is the basis of the whole implementation process itself. So one thing that comes out from this assessment is that from 18 compliance committees that are there and I have looked into, we have only basically 5 committees which are in a high impact, 1 committee which is in the category B, intermediate impact, and we have a C category which is low and impact committees, and it includes almost like 7 committees. So there are 4 committees actually who had exhibited the practice since the 2000s and the end of 19s that do not allow for carrying out any meaningful evaluation because the practice is not such to derive any meaningful conclusions. But as I said in my introduction, this empirical assessment with the methods that I have applied bring us to some sort of description of where the committees are with their practice, with their influence, but it does tell little about the heterogeneity of this impact. Why certain committees performed one way, the others performed the other way, why one had a higher impact and the rest had almost no impact. And of course, one is drawn to find the answers, first of all, in the institutional design. But I will go so far as to say, I will not go so far as to say that institutional design does not matter, but I will go so far as to say that institutional, within the similar and differing institutional results, we can have similar outcomes. That being said, if you look at the functions, memberships, and the standing rules of this committee, we can say that those who perform functions of considering individual cases of compliance or review or reporting, they can be among the high-impact compliance committees. When I look at the memberships, the membership is mostly is made up of politically like a state membership, that the committee consists of the states and then they put delegates there from the state. That can be a bureaucrat from government, that can be an expert in the field. And then there is a membership that I call it individual-based membership, when an individual for its personal capacities as a professional in the field is elected to serve in these committees. So both in individual membership cases and in the cases of politically based, so state-based, to say more correctly, committees exhibit both high and low impacts. So again, we can find these 2 possibilities. For example, in case of convention in case of the implementation committee of the Convention on the Conservation of Antarctic Marine Living Resources, we have the politically based or state-based system, and it acted quite effectively. And then we have the individual membership of the Aarhus Convention, where the compliance committee members are just elected because of their possession potential. So, and then we go to the standing rules. So who can bring the case of the non-compliance before these committees? That can be, for example, in some cases, non-governmental NGOs, though this is very limited. That could be secretariats, that could be states against another states, which is also a very limited case. That could and then I find again that, for example, in case of committees where there is an opportunity for the non-governmental organizations to bring those cases, and there are signs of, for example, in case of the Water and Health Protocol and the Water Convention, there are signs of non-compliances, but there are very few cases or no cases brought. On the other hand, the non-governmental organizations played a pivotal role in the success of the Aarhus Convention as such by bringing hundreds of non-compliance cases before the Compliance Committee of the Aarhus Convention. So to say that, so my point is that institutional design does matter, because I do not imagine that Aarhus Convention implementation and compliance committee will be so successful if it not the right of the NGOs to bring cases. But on the other hand, there are institutions where there is similar opportunities, but they are not performing as successful as the Aarhus Convention. So the answers for the success and failure of these institutions does not really lie on in the institutional design, but we have to search for somewhere else. And this is where I go back to law, to the world of imaginations and declarations, to the world of negotiations and elsewhere. And there I find that we go to the very beginning, that is the negotiation process. And I find that when I look at travaux préparatoires of these treaties, I find that there are conventions where the parties enter into negotiations with divergent interests, divergent expectations, in the rationalist terms with the different payoff expectations from these treaties. But then they come out with quite an agreement of a common objective that from which everyone can get can have certain expectation and can have a certain outcome. And those are, for example, Montreal Protocol, Aarhus Convention, Air Conventions. So there is a consensus that it's absolutely visible and documentable. For example, in case of Aarhus Convention, there were a lot of disagreements about the Article 9 on access to justice, and then also regulating the NGOs having the standing in the national courts, and etc. There were oppositions, but the parties came out with some quite bold text and innovative approach to this. Then there are conventions, Kyoto Protocol, Basel Convention, and Barcelona Convention, where I see that the parties entered the negotiations with absolutely divergent, dramatically different approaches about what this treaty needs to regulate, and they came out from these negotiations without a solid consensus on what regulatory approach should be adopted. For example, in Kyoto Protocol, the United States and China and India had the opposition about the China and India falling under the Article 3 exception. In case of Basel Convention, the clash of the third and developing world with the developed world about the movement of hazardous waste across the borders and the approach that this treaty needs to adopt towards it. And one thing that I want to underline here is that I find very important is that this divergence in the dramatic divergence of interest does not prevent parties from formally ratifying the treaties. So their symbolic action of ratification is actually happening, and the treaty takes a life. But then we are asked with the question how these divergences, these negotiations are then filtered throughout the life of the treaty. And what I find out here is that what I am forced to do is to juxtapose this information and this data about the treaty-making process with my findings about the compliance committee, and most importantly, about the other knowledge on the effectiveness of the treaties regimes as such, if this kind of knowledge is available, because in some cases so far we don't have even full comprehensive assessments of the effectiveness of the environmental governance regimes. And what I find here is quite interesting in a sense that those treaties where the negotiations ended up with quite a solid consensus and the parties had some shared understanding, even though with some different expectations, but shared understanding of the common objectives that they will be pursuing, these are the ones whose committees perform effectively and on whom there is a knowledge in the literature that these regimes acted also effectively. So my assessment of the impact of the committees, the outcomes of travaux préparatoires process, and the assessment of other scholars somehow align with each other. And also with the Kyoto Protocol, Barcelona Conventions, or the Basel Conventions, there is a literature which says that they're actually not so successful. So after this, I'm taking a step back and trying to look into theories and understand how the theoretical frameworks to help explain this picture. And the theoretical film I will be just quickly covering very generally, but the idea is that for me, rationalism fails or leaves me halfway through in the explanation, because just it's a framework, intellectual framework, whose explanatory capacity is limited to delineating the interests over the negotiation process, or how particular states are doing cost-benefit analysis when they decide to comply or not. especially those who are late in compliance, they usually are engaged in this kind of cost-benefit analysis, but it's not a framework, overarching framework that can explain the entire process. And this is where I'm drawn to the School of Fairness of Thomas Frank, which I find this man to be a genius for me. I am just like, yeah, but I think that he is really, proposes a framework, this is which is not only an explanatory, but it fuels the system with the hope. It gives the hope to, even though you observe empirically a lot of drawbacks and a lot of institutional failures, but it does fuel the process with the hope, which I think is also very necessary, especially when you do empirical work. So he does say that where the shared understanding about the values and about the objectives that are pursued are emerging because the parties consider the system to be fair enough and to be distributionally fair and also procedurally legitimate, then we are going to have a high degree of compliance. And this is basically what I observe in my findings throughout the process of compliance and also with respect to the regimes entirely and their compliance committees particularly. Just one last, I'm over the time, I think, I'm very sorry, about just reflecting on my methodological part. So that's basically me. Then you can see the research path starts somewhere else. And then we meet each other and trying to just reflect on where I have been. Did I do actually an interdisciplinary work? Did I do disciplinary work? Did I do just law? And my conviction in this respect is that I never actually departed from the field of international law or doing purely legal studies. What I have done is just borrowing, and the borrowing is not necessarily a process of appearing in other, it's a process of going to other discipline and asking something and making it your own, but not really appearing in that other discipline of, and doing something that is in between the disciplines. So I went to political science and read a lot about the impact assessment, for example, Yuval Shani or others, from international law or political science about the impact of European Court of Human Rights and etc. and try to, from methodological books, to bring those methods that I found would be helpful to do my research. And then I was back to international law, and most importantly, my vision was informed about trying to understand what role does law play in this whole process. And in the conclusion, I will say that when you do an empirical work of such kind, the main concern is also ethical, that we don't use to speak in academia much, but I think that it's my concern has been how to expose these institutions and how the law plays a role in that, which in some cases is very minimal, or it does not even emerge as a shared value. If we use the Thomas Frank's understanding, the law, the legal regimes and systems did not even emerge, but how do you showcase this without damaging the image of law? And for me, it's important to consider that, to conclude in this respect with this, with the understanding that these institutional mechanisms have been successful under the treaties which emerged from negotiations as a reflection of strong consensus on common objectives and shared ideas. And in the absence of such consensus, these institutions have exhibited no capacity of reversing the story of the treaties from a weak to a strong consensus. But in coming to this conclusion, I also think that this should not prevent the process to go on, because I'm not having any evidence that at some point this turn will not happen in any of the committees. So the legal process as such, the establishment of these committees and the possibility that there will be a chance for them has its own value regardless of the actual impact that they had. I'm sorry for being over time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cor. Very interesting, substantially and methodologically. Jan, back to you for your brief comments.
Thank you. They will be brief. It's always a bit of a struggle, I guess, to comment on 4 papers which are not always speaking the same language. You guys can hear me, right?
Yes, maybe
Yes,
a bit
you see me
louder.
as, sorry?
A little bit louder would be better, but I think it's something that we can do in the room.
I think that's something you would have to do in the room. Yeah.
Yeah. Perfect.
I can see if I can do something here.
No, it's all good now.
It's all good? Okay.
Perfect.
Excellent. I'm a big fan of Tom Frank as well. That's one thing to note. The other thing to note, if you saw Gore's drawing with him and his little walking stick, you notice that when he went to international law, he went downhill. There is a semiotic accuracy there, I guess, in a certain sense, but maybe we should not go there right now. This meeting is about alternative approaches to international organizations law, and the papers before us question both the prevailing concept of international organization and the prevailing concept of law, I guess, in one way or another. It's I was initially a bit surprised by seeing compliance bodies under environmental agreements depicted as international organizations. One can also imagine that the Security Council is not an international organization in its own right. It is, if you allow me to be pedantic, it is an organ of another international organization, one of its principal organs, but nonetheless an organ, not an organization. And then there were two papers dealing to some, or one and a half, I guess, dealing to some extent with expert bodies, including those outside organizations. So all of that seems to be of relevance to the study of international organizations law. That's interesting. What does that tell us? I don't know what it tells us, but I thought I'd raise the question, like, what is our concept of international organization really? Do we actually even have one? And do we have a different one for legal purposes than we do have for heuristic or research purposes? It's probably my intuition, I guess. The other thing is also the concept of law being questioned a bit by the various papers. What is the role of expert authority? Is this a clear question that props up what is the normative relevance of repeated references in Security Council resolutions in Nicolo's and Lorenzo's work? And those compliance decisions, are those law, or what are they, and how does that work? I have a couple of detailed, but I'll keep it very brief, per paper. I thought that was being expected, so I'll do that. To maybe start with Gore and sort of work my way backwards. There's two things I was wondering about. One is, how does one measure success and failure? That's of course a standard question whenever anyone proposes to measure something. My question is, okay, so how are you going to do that? How do you propose that? The second is, how do you control for societal developments that may or may not have an impact? And what I'm thinking of here is it's usually acknowledged that the Montreal Convention was a great success, and that it could become a great success because technologically and commercially it was perfectly possible to get rid of stuff that would pollute the ozone layer, replace it by other things. Now, if that's the case, then it's perhaps no surprise that also the decisions of the compliance bodies are highly effective, because there's not much controversy left, maybe, after this. How do you control for something like that? That's an open question. I don't have an answer, but I thought I'd ask. I have a similar question for Nicolo and Lorenzo. You guys treat the Security Council as a single monolithic actor, which has not changed its identity since 1946. And on one level, that is what you should be doing, indeed. But of course, practically speaking, it changes composition every 2 years or so. Or at least the non-permanent members are elected for periods of 2 years. So it is by no means impossible that the Security Council of 1946 has a dramatically different composition and maybe dramatically different angles than the Security Council from 1973. And if you add to that the changing representation of China around 1970-71, and what does that mean for the consistency of the Security Council, which seems to be an assumption underlying what you guys are doing. Lucille, I actually read your book. And I really liked it, especially when you discussed the various practices of depolitization. I thought that was really insightful. I have one comment on the book a bit, which may be inappropriate, but since I have the opportunity, I'm going to do it anyway. There's every now and then it was a bit unclear to me to what extent the depolitization that you discuss was driven by an organization, or rather driven by a member state or a small cluster of member states. That goes back, of course, to the concept of international organization again. How do you distinguish between the organization and its member states? And if, you know, say, China or Nigeria makes a very strong point, is that in the General Assembly, is that then the work of the General Assembly or the work of China? So I'm a bit struggling with that. And I thought on occasion in the book it was not entirely clear how that would work. Other than that, I think you're onto something. And I would like to add two examples that preoccupy me on occasion. One is the move in the General Assembly towards Millennium Development Goals and Sustainable Development Goals, which is again, it's like, no, we're not doing politics, we're just setting goals. And even clearer with the PISA rankings, perhaps, in the OECD, the Program on International Student Assessment, which doesn't recommend anything, it doesn't propose anything, it just said, like, you know, we tested high school students or elementary school students, and the Japanese came out best before the South Koreans and the Finns. That's usually the order, more or less, which is fine. And yet everyone attributes great normative effect to those rankings. So how does that work? And to Annabelle, eventually, what struck me as interesting, that you use the black box metaphor, which is relatively familiar, I guess, alongside the billiard ball metaphor. But you don't describe it, you don't use it to describe states, but secretariats, which I thought was already like a move ahead. The need to open up those black boxes and get to the underlying or accompanying ecosystems. And I think you're spot on there. The one question I would have for you is do I understand you correctly that your main research interest is in how the knowledge is being constructed, rather what its effects are, or how it comes to affect distributive questions or anything? And that's, of course, the lawyer in me asking, because my interest would be not so much, or not only in how is the knowledge constructed, but also in what its normative effects are. Like what happens if the International Organization for Migration produces a manual on best migration practices, which ends up on the desk of every migration officer worldwide? It's not only interesting because of the knowledge that goes in there, but also of what its intended and actual effects might be. But maybe I'll stop here and give the floor back. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Jan, for all the great interventions. I think we would only have time to receive the responses. Maybe we would go in the order backward, meaning that you will respond, Annabelle, and we wouldn't probably have time for questions from the audience. But yeah, that's the pitfall and complexities of hybrid conferences.
Yes, sure. Thanks a lot, Jan, for your comments. So yes, you're right. I use a black box metaphor. Yes, for IO secretariats and also for other actors that produce knowledge. So for me, it's really this idea which you spotted. It's really about trying to understand how knowledge is produced. So it's opening this black box of knowledge that often is taken as a given, taken for granted, and we do not really understand the processes and the steps that led to the stabilization of certain forms of expertise. And yes, you're right. I'm more interested, at least in this project, in the construction of knowledge rather than the effects of knowledge. And obviously the effects are super important. I have made that choice in that particular project? Well, first of all, because there's already literature on the effects of knowledge, and I felt like there's less on the production. And second, also because I think the two are connected. I think that when we understand better the processes and the actors that shape the production of knowledge, we can also better evaluate that knowledge. I think that we can better understand, we can better make ourselves an opinion about the validity of this knowledge, what kind of values it may reflect, what kind of interests perhaps it may also reflect, and so on. So yes, for me it's interconnected, but you're right that the effects are not to be ignored, obviously. So yeah, thanks for the comment.
Thank you. No, the reason I mentioned it is because I think this is a very fruitful field for interdisciplinary cooperation, where the lawyer would look at the effects and the political scientist would look at what goes into that, or what comes out of the black box, so to speak. You open the black box, the lawyer then takes it to a different level. Sounds wrong, but you know what I mean, right? So I was intrigued by the possibility that offers. That's all.
Lucy, please.
Thank you very much for the comments. Thank you for reading the book, of course, and I'm really glad that you liked it. I think your very first question is very central to all the discussions that we had at first when we decided how we will structure the book. We were wondering if it will make more sense to structure by type of actors within the IO world. I would put it like that. So would it be possible to see, to have depoliticization practices by member states, and then depoliticization practices by experts, and then by staff, for example? But we thought that in many cases also there was overlap in terms of identity. Like you would have like a UN staff working for a secretariat, but having very strong ties to its own state based on its nationality. And so we thought it would be more able to bring a bigger picture by structuring by practices, but I think that it would be, in terms of research agenda, it would be very useful to be able to analyze if some practices are more likely to be used by states or secretariats, for example. And I think this will also require, in terms of methodology, something like a more comparative analysis between different cases, which with I would say from the start, the comparison is based on this question. As I said in the presentation, this came up as also a rereading of some of the data we had. And so I think it would be very interesting to be able to pinpoint those very different use of depoliticization based on if it's an organization, a member state, or a cluster of member states. And maybe also in the example, we need to be a bit more clearer about when we were able to pin down those different categories. And for the second point, I think you're right, like the way that those very mundane practices within IOs ended up being very important in terms of global agenda, like those sustainable development goals or the PISA. And I think that's why for us this tension was key in terms of what we should analyze in terms of the empirical puzzle. It's how we need to unpack these practices that seems very mundane and everyday and see their effects and the fact that do they work better because of depoliticization or the depoliticizing moves. I think this needs to be assessed by case, but in terms of effect also, I think in research agenda could be to be able to analyze better which ones are working better than others, but that connects to the question about how do we measure success or failure.
Great. Lorenzo, Nicolo, and Gore, very short, please.
Yes, we need to finish by 12:15 sharp, so please go.
Okay, very short. Well, I will say that there is a possibility to measure success and failure, even though these are sort of anti-scientific terms, and I use the term impact because when this institution is given the mandate and the function, and then you can see clearly that the treaty regime is facing a number of issues, and then there is the question what role this institution can play to impact this process. Second question about the societal developments, how do you control it? To be very honest, I think you don't control it. They come into play, and then you just can, basically what I could do is just only to observe them. And of course, the actor diversity is behind the scene, private actors particularly, in all the regimes, from waste to air to emissions and et cetera and et cetera. So my purpose here was just to understand, does these institutions exhibit any capacity to influence those processes and to play any role in that, except maintenance of some sort of legal process? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just 2 words, and probably I will just refer to the general comments. Maybe Nicola, if you want to say something on the specific concepts on the paper. So to divide and not to say the same thing. So of course, I'm triggered by your comments on conceptualizations, and mentioned, and the absence, and the absence of a concept of international organizations and what different approaches could tell us on that. And I do not deny the importance of delimiting the idea and the problematizing the question within disciplinary framework. And to bring that, and maybe also what you said at the beginning concerning the importance of the difference between supporting a theory and acting with curiosity in this sense. I think they're really 2 related things. So what I did in the book, it's indeed working within limited framework of the legal framework and disciplinary framework, but at the same time, bringing, I think, at least what will be relevant for other disciplinary approaches. But that's, the 2 things sort of merge, I think, in the idea of curiosity and at the same time supporting a theory within the field in which you are playing with the things. If Niccolo want to add something on the paper, otherwise I will say something on that too.
If I can add something, yeah. I hope you can hear me. I'm really intrigued by your question about the identity of the Security Council, so seeing it as a continuum or not. And I think this really speaks to the type of research that we are doing, because of course the Security Council is not the US Supreme Court. You can't speak of the Warren Court or the Rehnquist Court. You're thinking about an organ that has a very that changes composition continuously, and it does so with some consequences. And in reality, I think that our research, of course, I mean, there is a limit to the many things that we could talk about today, but I think in reality, I mean, this approach allows for an investigation of the evolving identity and whether or not there is continuity or not, and also of the tools of the Security Council, an evolving and changing Security Council employs to maintain either an impression of continuity or actual continuity with its own past. So I'm looking forward to exploring this dimension, but I think you're absolutely right that this is something that cannot just be assumed.
Yeah. If I can drop a bomb and leave, it's like in the fact of the continuity of the membership of the Security Council. We even have some insights on more traditional and strictly legal approaches. For instance, on the formation of customary international law and the traditional theory and the differences between plenary bodies and specific bodies like the Security Council on that too. So it is something, as Nicola was saying, is part of the research and how we are trying to merge different approaches to this. That's
Great.
It. Thank you. Sorry.
We officially conclude the morning panel. Thanks very much to everyone. We will be back in the room and also online at 1:30 Geneva time for a plenary address by Professor Mia Halmetoum-Sari and Professor Julie Bilot from the Graduate Institute. And afterwards, we will have the panel on sociology and anthropology of international institutions. See you soon. Thanks.
Direction on the ethnography of the human rights institutions here in Geneva. Personally, I am a big fan. Personally, I'm a big fan of Methodologically Blonde, one of my favorite methodologically papers. Without further ado, Professor Mia, the floor is all yours.
Well, thank you very much for that very kind and generous introduction. It always feels like you're going to be a letdown after something so nice has been said about you. I'll try not to disappoint. I also have the task to keep it short, I hope. Short and sweet might be a good idea, but if, sweet fails, I'll just settle for short so that we stick with our schedule. Let me try and show the slides here, which pose challenges. It was the mouse that indeed fell with the bang earlier. There we go. Okay, I seem to have a technical problem. Okay, there we go. Oh, ruining all my surprises. There we go. Starting from the beginning. So, dear organizers and esteemed audience, I feel privileged and honored to be here today, as well as somewhat overwhelmed. It is wonderful to see all of you in person, as well as to know that many, I don't know which way I should look, have joined our exchange online. My paper is titled Keeping Up Standards for a Better World, Anthropological Alternatives to the Study of International Organizations. You should let William, the footman, do that, Mrs. Hughes, the housekeeper, exclaims upon entering the room. He's got enough in his hands getting the uniforms out of mothballs, responds Mr. Carson, the butler. Sweat is running down his customarily calm forehead as he rushes around the room, carrying heaps of silverware for polishing. But you have to ease up a bit or you'll give yourself a heart attack. There's a war on. Things cannot be the same when there's a war on, blurts Mrs. Hughes. I don't agree. Keeping up standards is the only way to show the Germans that they will not beat us in the end, the steadfast Mr. Carson rebuts as he proceeds to polish the silver. Well, give me some warning the next time when expecting Germans in Downton and I'll see what I can do, Mrs. Hughes notes wryly before exiting the room. This conference has issued a welcomed invitation to develop alternative approaches to the study of international organizations. To engage in this shared endeavor, one might commence by posing the questions. Alternative to what? Alternative how? Why? In their conference outline, Negar Mansouri and Daniel Ricardo Quiroga Villamarin clarify that indeed they may mean alternatives to the study the approaches developed by international law. More specifically, to quote their conference description, they have invited us here to pluralize the subjects, methods, and aims of international organizations' law in a decidedly non-doctrinal fashion. This clarification makes sense. It is, of course, true that in the post-World War II era, international lawyers have occupied the front seat, not only in the study of international organizations, but also in the study of human rights, among others. Thus, it is both understandable and sensible to frame the insights of international law as the dominant ones, and those stemming from other disciplines as offering alternative, perhaps somewhat subordinate viewpoints. Simultaneously, I suggest, during the past decade, this disciplinary hierarchy has grown to feel increasingly unsatisfying. This seems to be so for everyone involved, also for the increasing number of international lawyers who are losing faith in their discipline, both as an analytical framework and as a tool for world improvement. This hierarchy feels also as having outlived its usefulness from the perspective of empirical reality. The reason is simple. In the continued proliferation of international organizations, accompanied by differing regulative frameworks and normative orders, it has grown increasingly unclear what exactly makes them legal. In this paper, I consider alternative approaches that have been developed by anthropology. I add insights from my ethnography on the reporting cycles of the UN Human Rights Committee, one of 10 UN treaty bodies, which monitors how states comply with the obligations of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. I will additionally answer the question that many may be wondering of. What does polishing silverware at the dawn of World War I in the Palatian mansion of Downton Abbey, familiar from the British TV series that ran for 6 seasons between 2010 and 2015, have to do with the impact and visions of international organizations? To some, it may be surprising to have an anthropologist joining this debate. Don't anthropologists study the remote islands of the Pacific, the ways of the natives in field sites that are far removed from our everyday contexts, both geographically and culturally? Indeed, this is how things started. Yet, over the past decade, an increasing number of anthropologists have shifted their attention on the processes of global governance, bureaucracy, expertise, and documentary practices. As a consequence, we are now able to study IOs, in the words of Ronald Neeson and Maria Savignoli, as forming palaces of hope, which host social worlds with distinct characters influenced by their connections with civil society, states, transnational corporations, and publics. On this slide, you see one such palace, namely the Palais Wilson, located by the Lac Le Mans here in Geneva. The Palais, as many may know, is the headquarters of the UN Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and also the center of UN treaty body operations. We are also able to grasp, to quote Birgit Müller, how international organizations involve collective and individual actors in their policymaking, absorb critique, attempt to neutralize political conflict, and create new political fields in competition and collusion with local actors and national governments. We are also able to reach the effective lives of bureaucracies, as Julie Below and Jane Cohen framed the matter, and study how actors maintain a sense of purpose and agency in spite of the tedious and burdensome nature of the administrative procedures in which they take part. In some ways, it may be even easier for anthropologists to study and theorize international organizations than it is for international lawyers. To the international lawyer, as we also heard from Jan Klabbers earlier this morning, but as he has also written together with Guy Sinclair, they have noted how the multiplicity of IOs amount to significant hurdles. How does one arrive at satisfactory legal definitions or theoretizations when the concrete incarnations, criteria of membership, as well as the scope of operations differ so greatly? Yet, where the international lawyer sees troubling difference, the anthropologist sees significant sameness. First, there is the community of practice of IOs, in other words, their staff who bear great similarity. With few exceptions, they all belong to the same transnational elite with similar educational and work experiences. Sameness characterizes also their professional endeavors. When they produce and process such documents as human rights reports, they will likely do so via similar knowledge practices and legal technicalities, terms that I will elaborate momentarily. Another element facilitating anthropological interventions is our discipline's proclivity to theorize from the ground up. Anthropology is an inductive field of research instead of a deductive one. In my work, this has given rise to the description of the human rights monitoring framework as forming a formidable apparatus. This characterization borrows from Foucault, who has described the apparatus, aka dispositive, as a heterogeneous ensemble consisting of discourses, institutions, architectural forms, regulatory decisions, laws, administrative measures, scientific statements, philosophical, moral, and philanthropic propositions. In short, the said as much as the unsaid. I have complemented this description with the metaphor of ice to describe the complexity of organizational inner contours. Simultaneously, ice has been an apt metaphor to illustrate the fuzzy logic of the human rights apparatus. Fuzzy logic, in turn, is borrowed from Bourdieu. He utilized it to underline the exaggeratedly rigid nature of such analytical concepts as system or structure by emphasizing the indeterminacy of the rules that diverse agents mobilize in practice. Further, the concept highlights the creative gap between habitus and institutional structure. Looking at UN operations through the notion of fuzzy logic captures an interesting paradox. One of the cardinal values of IOs is today that their operations should be transparent. Yet, the very documents they produce may in fact result in greater confusion and obscurity. This outcome may partly be due to the specialized jargon or procedural complexity. Importantly, fuzziness or partial opacity may be a desired element for seasoned insiders. An example of UN treaty bodies clarifies what this means. The mandate of human rights treaty bodies is based on covenant provisions. Yet, these provisions left the actual scope of treaty body operations for the treaty bodies themselves to define. Over the past decades, many elements of what the treaty bodies actually do and how they do it have been determined by the committees and the UN, in particular staff of the OHCHR. Simultaneously, this has expanded the scope of treaty body operations in a manner that does not please all states. These observations pave the way for a broader theme on which anthropology may offer new insights. The impact of IO's operations, a theme that also came up already this morning. To quote again Jan Klabbers, he summarizes common expectations bestowed on IOs, that they are apolitical and cost-effective, doing things states cannot do on their own or are reluctant to do on their own, and, while apolitical, they nonetheless contribute to world peace or, at the very least, the salvation of mankind. Particularly over the past decade, we have seen increasing questions on whether IOs really live up to these expectations. One recurring source of criticism is that instead of actually doing something in the world, all IOs do is to generate documents that heighten obscurity while producing ideas and policies behind closed doors, to quote Ron Neeson and Maria Savignoli again. In other words, talking, organizing meetings, and generating endless documents have become a substitute for action. What was supposed to be the means to ends seem increasingly to have become an end in itself. IOs feel this criticism intensely, as we know. Many actively question the direction and continued legitimacy of their operations, and hence invite anthropologists in to conduct ethnographic studies of their organizational cultures. Other IOs revisit their foundational visions and significantly revise them to maintain continued relevance in a rapidly changing world. One example is Amnesty International's increasing shift towards sustainability, a novel concern in the field of human rights. The criticism directed toward IOs comprises part of a broad trend questioning whether international law as a whole is effective, a concern that international lawyers have likely had as long as international law has existed. I want to engage with this debate and ask, can we find another vantage point for considering what effectiveness looks like? What happens if we stop investing our analytical attention on what we think IO's operations should like, the impact we think they should have? What if we instead start our theoretization from what IOs actually do from the ground up? Let me illustrate this shift with examples from the Human Rights Committee. In legal scholarship, the most common source of criticism toward UN treaty bodies is that their work is legally non-binding and hence seen as ineffective. Indeed, instead of legally binding decisions, the Human Rights Committee can only produce documents with authoritative significance called concluding observations regarding how states have complied with the ICCPR. They additionally issue documents called general comments, which offer interpretations of particular covenant provisions. Finally, the committee produces legally non-binding decisions regarding individual communications. When viewed through an anthropological lens, the consequences of the committee's work appear more multifaceted. One angle is to consider individual documents and sessions as forming an endless, seamless cycle, which Annelies Riles has described as human rights dialogue. In my work, I characterize how this dialogue contributes to movement in the right direction, as was already mentioned, slowly increasing the importance of human rights. Another avenue is to explore the informal influence that treaty body proceedings have. This may happen, for example, when a state civil servant picks up a UN treaty body report condemning the state's practices towards minorities. The civil servant may use this condemnation to argue for new resources, thus ideally improving the position of minorities while also advancing human rights. There is also a third avenue. This angle directs its analytical gaze to the mundane forms through which IOs work, to the boringly, even achingly familiar routines. Here, Annelies Riles' work on legal technicalities is helpful. Riles describes legal technicalities as those aspects of legal practice that cannot be reduced to norms, trust, or other sociological concepts. As one tangible example, legal technicalities are the routinized pathways of thought via which lawyers approach their legal documents. This manner of approaching documents forms further a profoundly aesthetic practice, a practice of fidelity to proper form. This is because, Riles continues, the legitimacy of law inheres in its aesthetic dimensions and practices. What do these insights mean when applied to the functioning of IOs? They suggest that there is importance in the very existence of documents IOs, such as UN treaty bodies, create and process. That it matters to have documents organized aesthetically in covenant-like paragraphs and subparagraphs, relying extensively on individual pieces of legislation and court rulings. Further, this suggests that it is significant that these documents are processed in such carefully choreographed meetings as the sessions of constructive dialogue, which take place between the expert members of the Human Rights Committee and state delegates. Thus, more important than whether such documents have binding legal force or not, or even what they state, is that they impart their messages via appropriate organizational aesthetics. When viewed from this perspective, documents and meetings of IOs come to occupy a role identical to the role that vigorously polished silverware holds for an imaginary butler in a British country mansion. They both form aesthetic standards with fidelity to form. They create civilized standards for a better world, characterized by the values of legal technicality and proper aesthetic practice, and, by extension, rationality, transparency, and the rule of law. In this paper, I highlight alternative approaches that anthropology may offer to the study of international organizations. These include insights into the effects that IOs may exert on today's world order and the mechanisms via which this occurs. Focused on legal technicalities and materiality, offer novel avenues for reflecting on the relevance and consequences of IO's operations. They also offer insights into the historical continuities characterizing both IOs and international law more generally. So far, this angle of continuities has been largely overlooked by scholarship. Simultaneously, fresh avenues open for considering the future of IOs and their visions. These avenues allow us to ask whether IOs and their visions still have utility, both today and in the time to come. The world depicted by Downton Abbey started to vanish soon after the opening scene of this paper, even if this was not due to the Germans, and definitely not due to lacking standards where the polishing of silverware was concerned. Over the past 18 months, we have seen how quickly and unexpectedly the world can change again. We have experienced how fast the life that was normal to us can be turned upside down. We have seen how quickly new standards for a better world can be introduced, be they the face masks we wear today, or the COVID certificates that we show upon entering airplanes, hotels, and restaurants. All things that just 2 years ago would have felt impossible to imagine. We do not yet know how permanent these new standards will be. Yet they concretize how much the world has changed since the inception of today's IOs. The concerns that instigated the creation of IOs decades ago were very different from the concerns that we face today. What will happen to IOs in the future and how they will be able to adapt to ever-changing world situations, we also do not yet know. What remains certain is that to understand this future, the impact and effect of IO's operations, as well as the diverse roles held by legal technicalities, materialities, and aesthetics, we will need sustained interdisciplinary debate. I sincerely hope that both my paper and this conference may contribute to this goal. I thank you very much for your attention and look forward to the continuation of this debate.
Now, it is my pleasure to introduce Professor Julie Villot, who kindly agreed to discuss Professor Helmet Tumisari's paper. Would you like to?
Should I stand here? Yeah.
If you prefer, I think it would be okay.
So thank you, Mia, for this great keynote. In fact, the notes for your keynote arrived in my mailbox when I was preparing a talk on Afghan women and the global war on terror for another event organized here at the Graduate Institute. So I therefore read your text at a moment when I was trying to make sense of the takeover of Afghanistan by the Taliban and what it would mean for Afghan women. The image of a US military plane taking off in haste in Kabul airport, while panic-stricken Afghans desperately ran to try and cling to the aircraft cabin, dramatically revealed to the world the extent of the international community's failure to bring peace and stability in this war-torn country. So after 20 years of military operations, accompanied by so-called reconstruction and democracy building, Afghanistan was back to where it was prior to 9/11, calling into question the pertinence of international organizations' program for making the world a better place. How could an intervention justified by the need to establish democracy and the rule of law end up achieving the exact opposite? What did the language of good governance and the models of liberal peace and human rights prevent the international community from considering when taking the decision to embark on such a project? These were the questions that were in my mind when your paper arrived. So in your keynote, you make several suggestions which can help us find elements of answer to such questions while responding to the conference call for identifying alternative approaches to the study of international organizations. That is to say, alternatives to those offered by law as an academic discipline, but also as a normative project. As the global war on terror has brought to light the contradictions and limits of international governance, time is ripe for an interdisciplinary rethinking of the place and function of international law. Beyond the dominant and taken for granted one that conceives international law as an instrument for world improvement. Yet, as Mia mentions in an article she recently published in the what was it? AJO journal.
American Journal International Law.
Right, thank you. I never read this normally, but because it was written by me, I had to read it. This conversation seems to be going nowhere, you say. So let's hope this conference will provide a renewed opportunity for such a timely interdisciplinary collaboration. In my short comment on Mia's thought-provoking keynote, I want to join her in making several suggestions with regard to what anthropology can offer to the study of international law. So the first suggestion is methodological. As Mia aptly argues, anthropology relies on inductive methodologies which enable theorization from the ground up. By contrast to analyses which operate from within what de Sousa Santos calls the governance matrix, and which tend to assimilate its instrumentalist and technocratic logics, anthropological studies of international organization try to capture their inner logic and mode of functioning through a close observation of the activities carried out by the actors and that interact within them. Said differently, while most studies of international organization are primarily preoccupied with evaluating the extent to which the system works, anthropological studies ask a different set of questions. They are less concerned with responding to the questions, does it work? How could it be improved? Than with seeking to understand how systems of international governance work and with what effects. Answering this question does not only require paying attention to the actors who take part in such processes, their desires and their subjectivities, but it also necessitates taking seriously their knowledge practices and how those are shaped by seemingly insignificant technicalities. Mia's emphasis on technicalities echoes the one of other anthropologists who have examined the soft power of international governance as it is deployed through banal administrative procedures, ubiquitous technologies, and everyday bureaucratic processes. I'm thinking here of the work of Sally Mary on human rights indicators, for instance, Sarah McDavis here at the Graduate Institute on impact measurements in global health, Andrea Ballestero on techno-legal devices used to implement the human right to water in Latin America, and many others. What I find particularly compelling in these researches is their capacity to make the familiar strange in good anthropological fashion. It is to say, their capacity to determine the scope of opportunities as well as the limitations of modes of governance which increasingly rely on technocratic forms and which have become so much part of modern life that we no longer pay attention to them. Hear me as notion of fuzzy logic or partial opacity to describe the functioning of the Human Rights Committee are particularly apt at describing what the technocratization, perhaps willingly, fails to regulate, and the affordances that such a failure unexpectedly leaves open within an apparatus or dispositif which appears quite fixed and rigid from the outside. This leads me to the second suggestion Mia makes, which is more theoretical and which concerns international organization, utopian inclination. What comes out of her observation of the Human Rights Committee's proceedings is the following puzzle. How can we explain our interlocutors' an abated sense of purpose and their professional commitment to mechanism with repetitive performance and mundane bureaucratic procedures tend to neutralize any possibility of genuine interaction? Or to say it differently, how can we reconcile the objective boredom generated by ritualized repetitions of the documentation cycles with the many affects spanning from passion to frustration actors involved in them manifest when they discuss their work? Mia argues that a shift of focus away from international organization anticipated outputs, the documents, the recommendations, and toward legal technicalities reveals the central significance of aesthetics in legal knowledge production. Building on Annelise Ryle's work on documents, she argues that in spite of the non-binding nature of UN proceedings, lawyers sitting in the Human Rights Committee are able to produce documents of authoritative significance, such as concluding observations on states' reports. It is precisely this quest for achieving authority, in spite of its limitation for triggering actual change, that provides them with a sense of purpose and agency. Furthermore, the documentation cycle serves to maintain continuity by enabling the unending continuation of the constructive dialogue, hence producing movement in the right direction, a movement that in many ways mirrors the one of the civilizing process described by historians such as Norbert Elias. So I'm not completely sure if I agree or not with these suggestions. I believe that as institution, international organization can be assigned an intentionality. I can't say that word. So to me, their fuzzy logic is mostly the outcome of power struggle, which tend to be solved for lack of a better word, or rather dissolved through consensus that rely on the smallest common denominator. International organizations do not have a vision, rather the actors that interact within them constantly contribute to formulate and negotiate what a better world should look like. And in this sense, international organizations, in my view, are not these Frankenstein's monsters, the control of which we would have lost, monsters obsessed by their own legitimacy and survival. They more modestly reflect the scope of possibilities that are open up or foreclosed at a specific historical moment. But this hesitation put aside, I support our idea that an alternative approach to international organization could start from grounded empirical methodologies that offer better description of international governance processes. This call for re-description is also one that international law scholar Anne Offord made in 2012 in an article published in the Leiden Journal of International Law entitled In Praise of Description. In this article, Offord draws inspiration from Foucault's reflection on governmentality and argues that the role of philosophy today involves making visible those things that are already visible. The role of philosophy, she writes, is not to discover what is hidden, but to make visible precisely what is visible. That is to say, to show that which is so close, which is so immediate, which is so intimately linked to us that because of that, we do not perceive it. I see in this proposal for redescription an opportunity to correct a tendency within legal scholarship to flatten everything and look for universal truth instead of contextual facts. This belief in a universal truth, it seems to me, is also what has led to the failure of many international interventions carried out in the name of the rule of law and democracy. The dramatic breakdown of the reconstruction project in Afghanistan demonstrates that this hegemonic moral grammar is no longer appealing and that an alternative moral framework is urgently needed. So legal research can relativize master narrative by bringing to light the taken for granted values and historical genealogies on which they are grounded. Thank you.
Thank you for the two of you for this wonderful start. Sadly, the time is quite short. So what we were suggesting, we were discussing, is that maybe we can take a very short 6-minute break and come back to start the panel at 2:15 sharp. As you can see, we have quite a packed panel. We don't want to sacrifice on any of your papers. Take the floor. Please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Big thanks to Negar and Daniel for putting together this fantastic program. It's so nice to be back at the Institute where I did my doctoral studies. It's so nice to see so many friendly faces after the very difficult months and years we all went through. So after Julie's fascinating account of the ICRC, let me take you to another set of international institutions. That is international courts and dispute settlement systems. Now, these are somewhat peculiar, almost sui generis international institutions. For one thing, they do not possess, at least not officially, the power of normative initiative. An international court is not supposed officially to generate normative outcomes from scratch. Rather, it is supposed to interpret and apply pre-existing norms and put them at the service of the resolution of concrete factual problems. And as a second caveat, I feel that international courts are somewhat overstudied, especially by international lawyers who sometimes, I don't know, I see a tendency to think that the judicial holy writs are all that matters for the professional expertise of an international lawyer. So the international lawyers in the room will indulge me if I take you to a place that might be familiar already to some of you. Perhaps I can shed a slightly different, a slightly alternative light on those familiar premises, a light that reflects the micro-practices, the daily interactions, or, if I took my notes correctly, the boring, excruciating routines of the legal professionals gravitating around international courts. So, as a participant observer with one international court sitting down the road in Père du Lac, I started to become interested, not to say obsessed, with the question of freedom and constraint in international adjudication. Of course, freedom and constraint are not my words. For example, David Kennedy used them in his famous critique of domestic adjudication, of US adjudication. And so I guess that these obsession tried to make sense of what we as court officials were doing. Were we constrained in the production of legal outcomes, in the solution of international cases? And if so, what constrained us? Was it the inherent abstract properties of the legal text we were working with? Probably not, right? So I think that no contemporary international lawyer will maintain today that the law is perfectly determinate, that interpretation is a scientific excavation exercise, and so on and so forth. We know that since Apology and Utopia at the very least. So what was it that constrained us? Was it precedent? Was it perhaps a set of social structures and interactions? Was it standards of professional competence and incompetence? What was it? And if we were constrained indeed, what then of freedom? How could we find spaces of individual and collective agency to try and steer the course of normative production in a direction that we thought could be desirable? And so based on this obsession, like the way I tried to sort of pursue this interest was to unpack my international court and other international courts, not to see them as self-standing units of analysis, and try to explore the micro-level interactions, the everyday conversations and practices of these various classes of legal professionals that gravitate around international courts. That's what I call the international judicial community. So in this community, you have, of course, adjudicators, the judges, arbitrators, the most visible protagonists, but you also have a host of less visible actors. You have the legal bureaucracies assisting courts. They've gathered quite a bit of attention as of late. You have agents, counsel, professional litigators repeatedly appear before the court. And you have, I think it's very important to underline, specialized scholars who write about international dispute settlement, who critique decisions, and who provide a common vernacular to the exercise of adjudication. And so I took advantage of my position as a sort of legal bureaucrat to observe what was happening in my court. I then conducted a number of interviews with other professionals working for other international courts to verify what was happening there too, to share experiences, etc. So the full findings of that exploration will hopefully come out next year in a more comprehensive form, but for the purposes of today, I want to focus on the question I started with, freedom and constraint. How do these socio-professional dynamics affect normative outcomes? And what can they tell us about structural constraints and spaces of freedom in international adjudication? So my discovery, my provisional discovery, which is not even a real discovery, any expert in practice theory would say, well, duh, thank you, I knew that, is that these micro-practices are both the site of continuity, predictability, conservation, and the vehicle of agency, contestation, and change in the outcomes of international adjudication. So for the next 9 minutes or so, I would like to try and identify 3 ways in which the international judicial communities contributes to structural constraints, and then 3 ways, well, 3 and 3, I'm still a lawyer, I need some symmetry, 3 ways in which, well, the practices of the community can open up spaces of freedom and agency. So starting with constraint, the first source of constraint that I see is the institutional design of an international court. Of course, well, we know this since the functional perspective we heard from Jan Klabers this morning. The way the court operates, the scope of its powers, explicit powers and implied powers, the way procedural rules are shaped, all of these things, of course, have a major bearing on what is assertable, thinkable, and doable in that international court. Now, these design features are often taken in a functionalist perspective as a given. So states come together, create court through treaty, and so these sort of external constraints are predetermined. But actually, I think that here the international judicial community has a tremendous role to play in the definition of those design features from the get-go. Let me give you some concrete examples. So we all know that, well, many of us know that, well, the current crisis of the WTO appellate body has led a number of states under the impulsion of the EU to resort to this new mechanism, the multi-party agreement, MPIA, whatever the acronym stands for. Now, one could say, well, this is a state decision to do that by treaty, but actually the proposal was co-developed with a prominent international trade law firm operating in Geneva. So it's the same practitioners who appear before the court who also contribute to the construction and to its reform. So the design features. The same with the UNCITRAL negotiations for the reform of investment arbitration. So there you have some very prominent practitioners who managed to secure a spot at the negotiating table, and that are also giving an important impulsion to these reform and redesign of the system. So the international judicial community does have a big role to play there. The second way in which the community perpetuates structural constraints is by being very close-knit. International adjudication is a small professional world. You can count the professionals in the hundreds or maybe the lower thousands. And these people are a club of habitués who know each other by name, court by court at least. And there is a revolving door between the various parts of the community. So you have law professors becoming judges, former bureaucrats being hired by law firm or government departments, etc., etc. So it's a very close-knit club that, of course, as any closed network, well, there is trust among participants, but there's also potentially epistemic biases that get reinforced through repetition and familiarity. And the final source of constraint that I try to identify, sorry, I'm going very fast on this, the paper is hopefully a little richer than this poor outline, but The third is the fact that, well, it's the excruciating, boring routines, the pattern and competent practices through which the way cases are litigated, are internally prepared, deliberated, and finally expressed in the form of written judgments are standardized. So these steps tend to repeat, and of course, those tend to create also predictability in the way cases are handled and resolved. Important to say here that when I'm talking about these sort of practices of the court, I'm not referring to what the treaty says the practices will be or the rules of court. I mean, those are important documents, but there's a lot that is happening that is not regulated or not even put down in written form. So I think that in order to look at structural constraints, it's important to look also in those unwritten, in that unwritten realm. But then what about freedom? So I have 3.5 minutes. Let me make the best of it. So the first area where I think there can be a space of freedom and agency is, of course, related to the idea, apology and utopia, that legal norms are indeterminate, the legal argument justifies the taking of different positions. So in theory, every actor involved in the process has the opportunity to be creative and try to imbue the interpretation of norms with their own personal preferences, political, ethical, whatever. But then in the paper, I say, well, I problematize that a little bit, and I say, well, the problem with that is that before you can imbue a norm with your preferences, you need to know what your preferences are. And that can be problematic at times, because in the sort of mindless routine of things, sometimes it's hard to know what we actually believe as international lawyers, especially in relation to the outcome of a specific dispute. So I leave it to you to see if sort of this principled interpretation is something that actually exists. And another avenue of potential change is competition, contestation among community members. So borrowing from field sociology, the field is not internally peaceful. It's not homogeneous. There are hierarchies. There are forms of struggle among its participants for the monopoly to impose their vision of the law as the dominant paradigm. So these various actors all contribute to this competition, each from their own position. So judges through judgment, bureaucrats through internal memoranda, counsel through memorials, scholars through articles. All of that is not only part of a discourse, but is also part of self-affirmation and struggle among community members. So there too, depending on the power relations, the evolving power relations among members, you can have an evolution in the way of doing things, and therefore potentially of legal outcome. And finally, and this is my very final point, one should never underestimate, when one talks about international adjudication, the power of contingency, of randomness, of accident. So many things happen during the sort of evolution of an international dispute that are not fully predictable at the start. It's this idea, formalist idea, that adjudication is party A and party B pleading, expressing coherent position before independent court is purely fictional. A real dispute is a dialogue, mutually adaptive dialogue, where choices are made constantly, where exclusionary points succeed one another, where certain arguments that seemed mundane at the beginning may gain prominence and become the cornerstone of the case. Other things that appear important at the beginning might slip into oblivion. So it's very difficult to predict at the beginning of a case how it will end. And it is in these cracks, in these junctures of contingency, that a lot of things can be pushed forward. So I think that contingency is a space of freedom that is often unexplored or underexplored. And so I think that it would be interesting to do more about that. So let me stop here. Sorry, I'm 15 seconds over time, but thank you so much for the attention, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Tommaso. It was actually 16 seconds, but that's okay. I would like now to invite Joseph von Stranke from the European University Institute to address the floor.
Where can I get the presentation so I can put it up online? Sure. Take this out. Yes. And then we go here. And which one are you? This one. Yeah, the first one. Here. And there you go. Use this one. Right. Thanks. All right, so good afternoon, everyone. I also want to thank organizers for putting together such a stimulating conference in these challenging times. And as it's been quite a while since I presented in person at the conference, I want to thank them again for allowing me to be here. Before I start with my actual presentation, I want to start with a few caveats and hedges. First, this talk comes as an early output, if output is even the right word, of a research project which I've been developing over the last few months, which looks at various lawmaking and institution building activities pursued by Chinese government and Chinese semi-official and private actors along the Belt and Road Initiative, and the new multilateral development banks are part of this project. And as a result, this talk rather asks more questions than it answers, if it actually answers anything at all. That's why I put the question mark at the end of the original title. The second is that this talk was put into a panel on sociological and anthropological approaches to international law, perhaps because some of my earlier work drew on these disciplines. But partly because I'm still waiting for the European academic funding guards to decide whether they grace me with giving green light to funding of this project, so I can actually do some fieldwork and have some ethnographic data to draw on. This talk has very little to, or deals only tangentially with sociological and anthropological approaches, and rather it draws on an eclectic mix of disciplines. But towards the end, I hope that I will be able to offer some avenues for further research that may be ideally pursued by drawing on anthropological approaches to international law and international organizations. So, what do we do when we talk about analyzing of multilateral development banks? And by multilateral development banks, according to the functional definition, I mean banks which are tasked with providing long-term investment financing for economic development. Well, the traditional focus of the literature on NDBs, to use the acronym, has been on the Bretton Woods Institution, on the World Bank and IMF, but also on other generally Western-backed multilateral development banks. While there is, of course, literature on the other types of NDBs, which are of regional nature, such as the CAF Development Bank of Latin America, or the Japanese-backed Asian Development Bank, still the major focus on the scholarship is generally on the World Bank. In the scholarship from various disciplines have analyzed essentially four different assets of operating of these multilateral development banks. First strand of scholarship looks at governance and law of the NDBs. This is, of course, main focus of international law literature, but also of IR scholarship. Here, the questions are such as legal analysis of the constituent documents, various normative production of these international organizations, voting procedures, composition of management, etc. The second strand of literature looks at the outcome and performance of the multilateral development banks. And as these two terms suggest, this is generally the province of economics and also IR and political science, and to some extent sociology. The questions which this literature deals with are of a kind, right, what types of loans are issued, based on what procedures, statistical analyses of lending and borrowing, or the impact of loans on economic performance and borrowing countries. The third area is the one where anthropology and sociology or organization studies has most to tell us. That's the organization and bureaucratic practices of these multilateral development banks. Here the questions are indeed what kind of practices, for instance, of project assessment these banks develop, what type of expertise is engaged in these practices, analyses of object and knowledge production, and also hiring and staffing practices of these banks. And finally, we have literature which deals with change and continuity in multilateral development banks, coming from various fields, but most prominently from history. And essentially there the questions are to what extent any of the first three aspects change either as a result of accumulated critique or other or exogenous conditions. So what are, and I appreciate that this is really outlined in a rather broad brushstrokes, and I'm starting in a very unanthropologic manner. What is actually the analysis or the discursive landscape of the functioning of the existing multilateral development banks? Well, despite the significant changes in the structure and magnitude of global long-term development financing, at least since the middle of the 20th century, some of the main issues connected with development financing identified a long time ago still persist. And here I can refer, for instance, to Charles Kindlersberger, who in the 1980s identified the three main issues connected with the global financial architecture. First, the general lack of counter-cyclical financing for long-term development, the lack of last resort liquidity lending, and then problems connected with macroeconomic coordination at the global scale. Then from a critical political economy perspective, there's of course issues of uneven and combined development derived from processes of global expansion of capitalism that can be hardly remedied through the existing multilateral development banks. An underlying message here is that development finance needs today still by far surpass what is available in development financing globally. Then we have some of the main critiques of the functioning of MDBs that are reflective of some of the transformations of the global economy in the 20th and early 21st century. The most prominent among them being the drying off of foreign aid and of infrastructure financing, which is generally associated with the 1980s turn to neoliberal models of governance and with respect, for instance, to the Bretton Woods institution, turn to good governance and human capital in these banks' development models. Just to give you an idea of comparison, in the 1950s and 60s, around 70% of World Bank financing went into infrastructure, whereas by the end of the 1990s, it was merely 15%. And even the mainstream economic literature recognizes that lack of modern infrastructure is considered as the main hindrance to economic development and to transition to green economy, for instance. Then we have the criticism of policies and practices of the traditional multilateral development banks. And here, of course, I'm referring to procyclical conditionality and the one-size-fits-all good governance approach to growth and economic reform. This is, of course, a staple focus of critical scholarship across disciplines, which criticizes that the Bretton Woods institutions in particular focus on reforming the broader legal frameworks of borrowing countries according to Western, historically specific institutional model, a model that focuses on general rules, individual rights of economic actors, and deeper liberalization, creating ideal condition for capital accumulation. A last point is that but certainly not least, that the existing global finance institutions heavily underrepresent emerging and developing economies. So into this, in broad brushstrokes outlined architecture of multilateral development banks enter the new multilateral development banks, which are sponsored in important ways by China. Between 2014 and 2016, two such banks were established. First is the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, which was a Chinese unilateral initiative, grew into a truly multilateral initiative, and then we have the BRICS-led new development banks. I mentioned that there have been other regional multilateral development banks established throughout the history, but there's something really significant, especially when we look at the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, or AIIB. Within only 5 years of its existence, it's established itself as the second largest multilateral development bank, and with almost twice as many members as for instance, the Asian Development Bank was able to attract in more than half a century of its existence. There are, of course, important differences between two banks. For instance, the New Development Bank is based on, structured based on equality between the BRIC members, whereas the AIIB is based on members' contributions. The AIIB has become really global institution. It has many G7 members, essentially only US and Japan are out, and therefore has a larger scale of finances and easier access to cheaper capital as a result of the mixed membership. And I can discuss some of these, if there's interest, some of these differences during the Q&As. Now, what are the dominant narratives, or what have been the dominant narratives that explain the emergence of these two important multilateral development banks? Of course, the first one is evident to anyone who reads Western media, is a challenge to the US hegemony in international organizations, and that is epitomized by the rise of China as a counter-hegemon. The other two somewhat reflect the accumulated criticism which I mentioned that has been voiced against the existing traditional MDBs. But there's more than the narrative that explains simply why these banks came into existence. Once they were established, essentially the reactions to their operation can be divided into two camps. There's fears and then there's hopes. And without going into any details of this, I would like to simply only mention one thing, and that is that the fearful reactions could be observed, especially when these initiatives were announced and were particularly prominent in the US and the public policy circles in the US and among IR scholars in the US. Then the hopeful and more optimistic accounts started to gain force when these banks were established. But interestingly, also when these banks started to be joined by other G7, i.e. Western members, and when some of the projects and funds funded by Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank were co-financed by the World Bank. And this already tells us something to what extent these banks really can be considered a challenge to the established financial order. But I want to, in my remaining 4 minutes or so, I want to zoom on two issues. First is to what extent, as some voice, these banks really can represent something as a new economic development model, which is distinct from the model which we've seen associated with the Bretton Woods institution. But we can see that there is definitely a trend away from conditionality and one-size-fits-all and approach and insistence on institutional governance reform. As opposed to the World Bank approaches, there seems to be no conditionality, at least formally associated to the lending by the new MDBs. And rhetorically, they reject use of development finance to induce political change. But some authors have pointed to the fact that there can be other ways how the political change can be linked to the lending by the new World Banks, for instance, resources for infrastructure, etc. But there's this other model, which is some authors refer to as a big push model, which essentially focuses on the complementary investment which is necessary to realize large-scale infrastructure project, which is put against this human capital institutionalist model propounded by the Bretton Woods institution. And it is clear that infrastructure is getting more currency. And the other development banks reacted to the establishment of these two new banks by channeling more funds into infrastructure. And we can just think about the discussions in the US about the new infrastructure bill to understand that there's really some changes happening in this field. But whether these changes are result of the new development banks, or rather these new development banks reflect the shifts in the global economy and forms in which these transformations are manifested, is another question. I think for research, this may mean that we may turn away from rules and institutions towards materiality, projects, and technical standards. And we might turn away from compatibility of laws and political institutions towards compatibility of standards and material technologies. But there's one other point on which I would like you in my last minute, if I manage to do that, is the question of legitimation and discourses which these banks draw to justify their activities. Whereas the traditional multilateral development banks drew on normatively appealing notions of liberalism, abstract freedoms, and economic efficiency, these new banks, in their policy documents and in public speeches of the bank bureaucrats, draw on the normatively appealing language of South-South cooperation, which is reminiscent of some of the earlier anti-imperial projects, such as the New International Economic Order. But the content and context of these discourses are very, very different, because the development of and the question of North-South or center-periphery divide is no longer viewed in terms of neocolonialism, imperialism, collective political struggle, and anti-dependency. The North-South divide is viewed as a question of full integration into the existing global capitalist system. There's emphasis on GDP growth and full integration into global value chains. And this removes discussion about unequal power relationships and solidarity, and rather presents them as coordination and transparency issues. There's little talk about redistribution, change of the ground rules, development aid, or technical cooperation. If I may, just the last slide, what this may mean for further research. I think that we should move beyond the geopolitical tensions between the US and China, which of course make for a great media cover stories, but we should look at how the activities of these new banks may affect the South-South relations beyond the Great Pass rivalry. Who cooperates with whom, through what channels, with what objectives, and what legal and normative arrangements accompany these processes. We should, as these banks already fund many projects, we can look at the analysis of the organization and bureaucratic practices, such as what kind of expertise they draw on when they assess their projects, what kind of hiring and staffing decisions they make, and then, of course, on the discursive legitimation, which I already mentioned in the last slide. The very last point is that beyond these multilateral development banks, there's nationally held development financing, which has become even more important in terms of volume, but in terms of fieldwork and access to studying, for instance, Chinese policy banks, it presents some issues in terms of access. But I'll stop here. Thank you very much. Looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Joseph. I'd like now to invite Kiri Santer from the University of Bern. Do you have slides?
Yes.
Yeah. So it should be.
There
should be a desktop.
Exit.
Exit. And then you try to go to the main desktop. It should be there. Should go later.
Yes. Okay. So thank you very much for the invitation today, and I'm really excited about all the inputs we've already heard. So just to give you a short contextualization of what I'm going to do today. So I've decided to approach the really great questions posed by this the conference call with a short presentation of some of the, especially the methodological and some theoretical decisions that I made during my PhD research, where I've been looking at recent transformations in the EU's governance of the EU's external maritime border in the central Mediterranean. And so I hope that, yes, especially these methodological, theoretical considerations can, well, resonate with some of the themes and the questions that have already been posed today. So just to briefly present my research, so my PhD looks at the making and sustaining, what that I call, of cooperative interdiction in the central Mediterranean. So, yeah, first of all, what is cooperative interdiction? So this is a part of policies which are part of the migration control, what's being called the deterrence paradigm, so which involves the delegation of migration control from usually richer global north states to southern states. And these policies have implications for questions of responsibility and accountability in issues of border violence for migrants and refugees. And so my starting point for my research was actually the notification of a new Libyan search and rescue region in June 2018, which was made to the International Maritime Organization. And this region is obviously in the central Mediterranean. And so what so just have a picture here. So this is the most southern region that you see here is this new Libyan search and rescue region with north, you see there's the Maltese zone and then the Italian zone in red, and then the green, these are territorial waters, the green lines. So what this new Libyan search and rescue region did was that it gave legitimacy and coordination responsibility to Libyan authorities, specifically the Libyan Coast Guard, for when distress cases of migrant boats were declared in this large region of international waters. And so what concretely this has meant and what is going on now is that if Maltese or Italian authorities, coast guards, receive distress calls of migrant boats who find themselves in distress in this stretch of international waters, they can refer directly to the Libyan authorities, who can then come and intercept the people and take them back to Libya. So what this has de facto led to is a kind of a systematic practice of pullbacks to Libya, which as a result is also a systematic violation of the 1951 Refugee Convention and the non-refoulement principle. And this is because Libya can't be considered as a safe place for refugees and migrants, because it's been widely documented for the routine torture and arbitrary detention that they face there. And so this is happening despite the fact that international law of the sea also makes provisions for survivors once they've been rescued to be disembarked in a place of safety. So basically, my research question kind of lies at the juncture of critical legal studies in the literature on problems of accountability relating to border violence and anthropological literature on policy processes and governance assemblages. And so in that sense, I'm interested in both the assemblage of governance practices, but also on their outcomes. And so maybe I just say a few words of why I think that this case study is relevant for the conference. So first of all, I think that the institutions and international organizations help sustain norms beyond the state. And so in my case study, this has led to a particularly restrictive reading of international maritime law, which disregards other provisions in international law, such as the non-refoulement principle. And so we need to think more about how different institutions shape authoritative readings of international law, or so how they hierarchize law in a certain way, especially in plural transnational legal settings. And this has to do more with norm creation than actual law-making processes, and it happens through both formal and informal processes. And so, yeah, at the heart of my research is kind of understanding how, within situations of legal pluralism and conflicting norms, certain norms prevail over others, and what the role of different actors is in shaping this. And so I wanted to try and share with you today how I came to deal with this question through a kind of ethnographic process and the different methods, mixed methods that I employed to deal with that. So first of all, the places where I conducted my research. So I had 3 different field sites, which made up my ethnography on the processes which led to the creation of the Libyan search and rescue region. So I conducted some 1.5 months of participant observation on board the search and rescue vessel, the Aquarius, in central Mediterranean. So I was able to observe firsthand what happened in terms of dynamics of communication between different authorities after the new Libyan search and rescue region was declared. I also conducted field research in different sites in international policy settings involved in migration control. So at the EU Commission, with different international organizations that were involved, and specifically, and I'll speak a bit about this in the next few minutes, I conducted research on the Emergency Trust Fund for Africa, which was a large fund which was created in 2015, in which several projects were dedicated to the strengthening of Libyan authorities for integrated border management. And finally, but this I won't speak about today, I also conducted research with lawyers involved in strategic litigation against these externalization policies. So, as you can see, the methodology that I employed was mixed and included participant observation, semi-structured interviews, document analysis, and across different field sites. And so what I wanted to do was to sort of trace a process to link the possible causes and observed outcomes and try and trace this throughout these different locations. And so what this process tracing involved was the kind of micro-analysis of macro relations and grasping causal relations on different scales at the same time, and one of the challenges of my research is, which I think a lot of anthropologists have who are looking at these fragmented governance processes, is to find a way to describe the mediated relations between seemingly disconnected processes that weren't always directly observable. And this obviously also has to do with the deterritorialized nature of Europe's external border and the delocalization of border management. And so I had to reckon with this lack of geographic and institutional fixity. And so this led to a kind of non-obvious, multi-sited and non-local ethnography. So although formally the notification to the IMO was made by Libya itself, the conditions needed to fulfill the criteria before being considered a competent authority in charge of this large search and rescue region, such as having a designated maritime rescue coordination center, functioning Coast Guard. This was all made possible thanks to extensive Italian and EU support. And this support was pooled from different levels of government, from nation-state level to the EU. Obviously, as I've already mentioned, this project of supporting Libyan authorities was part of the broader strategy of border management reforms in Libya and remained inscribed in the logic of EU border externalization. And so I approached this, the EU border regime, as many authors have done before me, as an assemblage of different governance practices. And so, as I've tried to explain, so my approach is situational in the sense that it seeks to understand the processes which enabled a certain situation, like the scenes and the communications that I observed when I was at sea, what made these possible, in a sense. So what I did was that I approached one of the central enabling instruments of cooperative interdiction, as I already mentioned, the EU Emergency Trust Fund for Africa, where projects which were devised under the North Africa funding window almost exclusively fell under the strategic priority of improved migration management. And so I'll just say a few words on the EU Trust Fund for Africa. So as I mentioned, it's a large fund whose stated aim is to address the root causes of migration, set up after the Valletta summit on migration in 2015 to address the so-called migration crisis. And it's a fund in which a range of EU and non-EU member states, including Switzerland and Norway, contributed about 215 million euros, which supplemented the about 2.3 billion euros, which came from the European Development Fund and different other EU financial instruments. And so in the North of Africa funding window, all 10 approved projects for Libya
fell under the priority of improved migration management, including a project of 30 million euros called Support to Integrated Border Management, which included the training for the Libyan Coast Guard, repairing vessels, technical support to Libyan authorities. So yes, there were many different things funded by the EUTF, which mixed humanitarian, development, and security concerns and objectives. And projects like the Support for Integrated Border Management in Libya, which, as I mentioned, trained the Coast Guard, who are caught under the Ministry of Defense in Libya, were controversial also within the discussions that happened involving the approval of the different projects, because the fund marketed itself as a development tool, also controversial towards the public and NGOs. So what I did was that I decided to study the project selection process of the North of Africa window, to move closer to the processes, dynamics, and constraints which have conditioned the setting up of cooperative interdiction between the EU and Libyan authorities, and to understand the decision-making and how this decision-making related to contested projects like this. Contested, as I said, because they mix security and humanitarian imperatives and there are human rights concerns raised by them. And also, so I looked at what practices were needed to contain controversy and manage critique within the project selection process. And this is because, of course, governance always includes tensions and contestations. And so I traced the material and discursive processes which contributed to the selection of these controversial IBM projects in Libya, and which led finally to the notification made to the IMO. And so I want to shortly mention some of the main observations that I made from zooming into this particular node of the border assemblage, and which I took from, I did interviews with state representatives who contributed to the fund, international organizations with projects funded by the EUTF. I analyzed the minutes of the operational committee, etc. So maybe I will not mention all these observations, but just to mention that I heavily relied on the work of Tanya Lee, who is an anthropologist who works with this notion of practices of assemblage. And this is what her work helped me to deal with these observations that I made analytically. And so, so she has these different ways of categorizing different practices of assemblage. So how different, when diverse objectives hold together in one assemblage, what practices are needed to keep these diverse objectives together, to smooth out contestations, and some of the things that she mentions have already been mentioned today in the morning session. So technicalization, depoliticization, production of opacity. Yes, and I also analyzed the spatial politics of the fund. So how so basically how the production of legal and ethical distance, how this was produced between decision makers and then sort of unpleasant outcomes of the fund, of some of the fund's components. So I know that I have to finish it off there. So I hope this was just some insights into what's a kind of an ongoing reflection. And I'm really looking forward to your comments and questions.
Thank you very much, Kiri. Last but not least, I would like to call Stephanie Ayate, who holds affiliations with the Universidad de los Andes and University of Deusto.
Ciérralo, ve al texto. Ah, perfecto.
Okay. So good afternoon. First, well, thanks to the organizers. And also, since I'm the last one, I want to be brief, or at least respect my 15 minutes. So today I'm going to talk about part, or the initial part of my research or PhD research. So I'm going to focus on water and environmental funds proliferation in Latin America. And just like an introduction, well, I want to explain what are water funds, or what is a water fund. Well, this is an instrument that faced some challenges, 3 challenges specifically. First is the lack of investment for natural ecosystem protection. So we're seeing that normally, of course, this kind of actions requires a lot of efforts in terms of course, money, but also coordination with different actors. Also, how we can guarantee like long-term efforts and not only like a specific projects. And finally, and related with the other 2, how we can coordinate like multiple stakeholders on different scales. So this basically is saying that we have like global problems like climate change or biodiversity, but we also have like national problems such as, well, how we gonna guarantee access to drinking water or for irrigation, and of course local problems, since we need to guarantee like how we're gonna face this environmental degradation. So these water funds all use maybe a similar model. First, of course, is create a trust fund that allows first funding. This may vary. We can have, for example, private investors, but we can have also like a public fund, or even they can create like a specific institution for that purpose. And the general idea is to create a board for enabling transparent and inclusive joint planning and decision making. So this board normally includes different stakeholders, such as local actors, public institutions, and even private actors, depending on each case. And well, of course, finally, is the idea of this watershed management. And once we have the fund, we need to plan, implement, and monitor the different activities that are taking place. In terms of steps, or what we need to do to create a water fund, well, first we have an initial analysis of viability and the identification of ecosystem services aimed to protect. Then all the process for create the fund, and this means negotiation, of course, understanding the national legislation of how this works, and finally the operation of the fund. So now we have like water funds are really popular in Latin America. We currently have 25 funds that are already created, and we have 14 in process. And as we can see, like in one of the image, the sources of funding may vary. We have some private funding, but also NGOs. We have multilateral cooperation, public, and also utilities. Sometimes, like we have like the revenues of these trust funds. So in terms of key actors, and why today I'm presenting this in this panel, we are talking about some key international actors. Of course, we have more actors, but is the Nature Conservancy. This is an international NGO that is in charge, or is the leader of promoting these water funds. They are creating guidelines, are trying to create actually networks and coordinating the different funds to share experiences. And in terms of funding, of course, we have the Inter-American Development Bank and the Global Environmental Facility. I don't know if you know, but this Global Environmental Facility is a financial mechanism for many environmental conventions, and it works through many agencies, such as World Bank, United Nations Development Programs, among others. So what is interesting about this is, as we saw in different presentations, sometimes when we talk about these kind of instruments or strategies, we are talking about indicators and how we can understand like the outcomes of these funds. But I want to change a little bit what we're going to see and how we understand this problem, and see how we can understand participatory governance and this idea of polycentric governance that is now very popular in international environmental law. And basically what that means for me is see like at least 3 elements. First one is how we are understanding nature and as notion, and we as we see water is like the main element for these funds, and unfortunately water is seen as a commodity or as an asset depending on the case, or in some cases maybe water is not the main element but the ecosystem services are the main element. So we are seeing like nature is serving human. Why an interest in this part is because in Latin America we have like many actors promoting like changing this idea of anthropocentric relationships with nature to more ecocentric approaches. So if we are saying that this is so popular, it is important to understand the different relationships between actors. So in terms of participation, what I want to see is how we are framing the problem. And this means that right now what we have is the scientific and economic expert as the protagonist, as what sets the agenda and how we are understanding nature, water, etc. And my main question at the beginning was, well, what is the role of local communities then? So we are talking about participation, but we already have this notion of what is the problem. And finally, we have this discussion about the beneficiaries. So we're still having this problem like rural versus urban, and we have like these rural areas that provide to the big cities to have drinking water, or well, also for agricultural practices. So my proposal, or what I want to do right now, is open up this idea of public participation and see like the different types of actors that we have and how this experience and leader change depending on the stage of the process. So in this case, I resonate with curious research, and my methodological and theoretical approach seems to talk with STS, with Science and Technology Studies, but specifically with works like Marisol de la Cadena in Global Commons, Andrea Ballesteros regarding water, Tanya Lee also, and see that we need to change this idea of what we understand as a problem at the international level and how this arrives to local level or scale. And then, well, as methodological approach, I want to do an ethnography. Is right now taking place, and mapping networks and including human and non-humans. And what that means of non-humans, I know that can be difficult for lawyers. I am a lawyer too, so it has been difficult too. This means like understanding in the process like the very concept of water and how can we manage different types of conception of water. So for example, indigenous communities can have a very different relationship with nature than we have in the cities, and how we are understanding the problem. And what I've seen, for example, in the case that I'm studying in Tungurahua in Ecuador, is that the fund is not a water fund, it's actually a paramo fund. That means it's a moorland area fund. So they are focused on how this can have a social impact and not regarding like the water quantity or quality. So they are not as isolating water from the rest of the ecosystem. So I want to see that, what is the difference between a water fund and an ecosystem fund, just to put it a name, but ecosystem is also a complicated concept, and trying to map that, like these different elements that may be humans, but not only humans, and the role of these international organizations in these funds. So I think that was quickly.
Thank you very much, Stefania. I'm sorry to the panel for being such a horrible taskmaster. And now I would like to yield the floor to Mia, who will provide some discussing comments on the thread of the papers. Oh, are you? Perfect. Thank you very much, Mia.
Okay, thank you everyone for very insightful papers. Indeed, comments. What can we take away from this? And to return us back to the original question, what could we take from this in terms of what anthropology could offer international organizations and their study? We've heard presentations from very different fields, which are also at different stages of research. Some are completed, some are ongoing, and some are still planned. Yet there are certain similarities, and I've been thinking of how we could frame them. And one theme that insistently keeps on popping up is this question on what to do with humanity. And there's something about this which just seems to sort of bother us, and it seems to pop up in different ways. And it results in a follow-up question, which is how to escape the paradoxes that techniques of international governance result in. And this seems to be something that comes up from all of the different papers. And further, how can we reconcile these paradoxes with the purposes for which international organizations exist? If we go back to what I already shared earlier today, what Jan Klaber said, that we expect international organizations to somehow salvage mankind, which is no little task if we think about it. How do we do it? How does it succeed? How does it fail or become impossible? What are the processes via which this happens? How do international organizations really manage all of these expectations? To go over the papers, not in entirely chronological order, but rather how I kind of pick up some of these themes, what Julie Bilot did, she described the paradoxes of ICRC and the move away from a certain model of the delegate, which in a way was very human, very personal, very much the idea that this superhuman almost as the delegate was described, could somehow via their personal presence and participation help to resolve very, very difficult situations in different parts of the world. She talked about double accountability imperative and the demand for transparency and democratic oversight. I think this idea of what she says, there's the contradiction of how humanitarianism, it on the one hand becomes a depersonalized form of intervention. The idea, of course, is that by becoming more depersonalized, in a way more, not inhuman, but dehuman, it could become more effective in salvaging mankind and serving humanity as a whole. Well, is this really something that can be done? Julie describes in her paper the various difficulties, the disappointments, the senses of failure, the different participants or different targets of these programs face. And I don't know if we can say with certainty that this balancing entirely, it works. It results continually in these experiences which by no means send a simple or a uniform message. There's something similar with Maria Sabignoli. In her case, she talks about the use of artificial intelligence in international organizations, and there's interesting the shift away from the direct, what is the human or humanity is so evident here when we move to algorithms. Yet she also shows that these are socially embedded. So there is this disturbing sense of prediction, the production of knowledge, which ends up replicating also those disturbing parts of reality that this shift in essence attempts to reconcile. So we want to move away from the flawed reality of humans to a space where we take refuge in artificial intelligence, hoping that that will resolve the problems that us humans have created. But of course, that doesn't quite work either. So I very much like what she said here, that there is the attempt to make humans more visible, and yet some humans end up becoming even more invisible than they were to begin with. And I think the quote from Philip Alston was great. The states are stumbling zombie-like into digital welfare dystopia. Well, there is this question, why do states do that? And I'll go back to that at the end in terms of when I try to think of, okay, so what motivates all of our aspirations to revitalize international organizations despite so many evident failures. Here, I think one thing I want to add, though, is that I think it's also really important the way in which you brought up the impact of corporations. And this is a field that I think international lawyers, international relations scholars, and anthropologists also, I don't think we've fully sort of taken that under consideration. We, of course, now know that with the Sustainable Development Goals, there's an explicit emphasis on forming public-private partnerships. And we also know that the reasons for this are quite dire because nobody has enough money. It's clear states don't have enough money to realize these goals. So there's a need for moving toward public-private partnerships, which is interesting. We heard Jan Kraber say how this infatuation, the obsession with the state is problematic. Here we see how it is becoming extremely limited and insufficient when the international organizations themselves call for a move toward private partners. So this is something I wanted to bring up as well. Also, just as algorithms are not inherently good or bad, they can become either of those things, and very often, troublingly, both. And undoubtedly, to study these dynamics, this is one area where anthropologists are needed. Stephanie Ayate, she describes also a move toward in the human-non-human relationship. This, of course, is a really, really important field where if we think that analytically the challenges posed by this move to corporations, that's nothing compared to the move toward the non-human world. And of course, we know that in human rights, these profound challenges, when many of you likely know rivers have been granted human rights. And I recently, just last week, heard of an instance where apparently a tree, someone was considering whether a tree could apply for asylum status or refugee status. So we really see that there is this big move toward a recognition of non-human rights. And importantly, this is not occurring only in the language of the rights of inalienable entities, but rather in the language of human rights. So this is very much a challenge that human rights will have to tackle with, and also international law, which of course is hugely anthropocentric more generally. So this is also something that international organizations will have to consider, and evidently, when we talk of the human-non-human relationship, anthropologists, I think, are the ones you'd want to consider, because ontology, that's kind of one of our things. All of these things reveal some of the cracks and the problems in the existing frameworks, in the existing sort of tissue of our international collaborations. And Tommaso, I very much like how you framed this in terms of asking questions of, okay, so what constrains us? What sets us free? And to quote your paper, you described the inherent abstract properties of legal texts that we're working with, and remind us again. Yes, we've heard it before, but a reminder is always welcome. Indeed, the law is indeterminate. We know that fewer and fewer people maybe are thinking today that the law will salvage us, yet there's still this appeal that the law holds for us. And of course, I don't think we've decided that we will do away with the law, yet, as you also remind us, it is indeterminate. Yet you have these things of social structures, interaction, standards, professional competencies, both of these things which I think I like the paradox. They both constrain, but they also offer these openings of freedom. And there we start to see a glimpse of something again that is of anthropological interest and maybe our realm of speciality, how individuals also can maneuver. And I think it's really nice how you did this introduction of these cracks. So spaces of individual and collective agency, the core of normative production, how still in this space, in something as stagnant, you might almost say, as courts, you've been able to identify these cracks. Just imagine what we can do when we expand these visions to international organizations, which are a lot less rigid and constrained by the law. And yet, somehow, international governance or international organizations, they manage to resolve and work with these tensions. Kiri, I think you did a really nice job in showing how there are blatant inconsistencies. These are the kinds of inconsistencies that just make you mad. They make you want to shout out from rooftops and say, well, can't you see what you've done? You've created standards, given them the status of law, and simultaneously you result in policies that blatantly violate them. What's going on there? What's, of course, frustrating and analytically interesting is that after we discover these inconsistencies, they'll just continue going on as they are. The world will revolve just the same, and everyone knows that this is a direct violation. Well, maybe not everyone, but many people know. And somehow, miraculously, the world continues to evolve. So this shows us, again, the interesting bit then comes in, as they say, the devil is in the detail. I think in your research, that's where the interesting bit starts to come. How is it possible that despite these blatant inconsistencies, things somehow manage to continue? How are these inconsistencies not undermining in a fundamental way the overall legitimacy of our arrangement of global governance? They are not. We know that this is by no means the first or the only incident. So I very much look forward to seeing what your research results in as it presents. And finally, Joseph, with your paper, I want to come back to this theme that I asked already earlier. So why do we continue to do this? Why do we continue to think that international organizations can somehow help us? And what kind of answers are we hoping that they will offer? When you talk of multinational development banks, something really interesting to someone who knows nothing of this field is how evidently these banks have been in existence for a long time, and there are a number of different kinds of them. And somehow there seems to be this attempt to escape problems of earlier similar banks with the creation of new institutions. And I liked how you framed some of these alternatives, or what kinds of linguistic shifts are being done in order to frame these in a different way. And this brings us to the notion of hope. And I mentioned the book that Maria and Ron Liesen edited called Palaces of Hope. We haven't really discussed hope that much today more generally, but I think it's a very nice place in which I'd like to conclude at least my intervention, to say that what we see in Joseph's paper, or your proposal, which I hope will get funding, is that there is this continual hope, which may have more to do with the continued legitimacy of international organizations than we realize. Just the same as the legal technicalities and materialities may be much more important than we realize. The notion of hope that if only, despite of all of these contradictions and inconsistencies and paradoxes, if only we reinvent the wheel, maybe the next time things will be better. And it is this hope, I argue, that largely also gives us the belief and the motivation to keep on going. So thank you very much for all of these papers, and I look forward to following your work.
Thank you very much, Mia. Seeing that I am already in not good graces with this panel, and they will not forgive me in any way for the time I've taken from them, I think I'd rather ask the audience if you have any questions, seeing that perhaps we will have the opportunity to react to some of Mia's comments and the conversations among the panel later on. If not, I will open the floor to you guys. Anyone in the audience would like to ask a question for the panel? Sylvia, sorry, are we recording? Everything okay? Good afternoon, everyone. For those online, we're sorry for the slight delay. It's been, I think, a marathonic session, and we wanted to have a little bit of a longer coffee break for us to have time to digest all the different papers. It is truly my pleasure here to moderate this roundtable session. As some of you know, the Graduate Institute and certain institutions in Geneva have a policy against all-male panels, which is an absolutely great idea, but in practice, in many occasions, what this ends happening is that we have some sort of token moderator in events. And what we wanted to do here is for me to be then the token moderator, and instead to have this wonderful panel of scholars to talk about feminism and international organizations. It is really my pleasure to introduce them, although they need perhaps no introduction. Could we perhaps spotlight Isabel? I'll begin then with Lena Holzer, a PhD student from the department who works on issues of gender, sports, and human rights. And I'm particularly grateful with Lena because I know you're in the last stages of the PhD. Each second is precious, and I appreciate you took it to be here with all of us. We also have the presence of Anna Leander, a professor in the Department of IRPS, which she also chairs. And I think in many ways, if I may say, an honorary member of the International Law Department, or at least the international law community. Last but not least, we have Professor Isabel Roel, who teaches at Queen Mary University of London. And I hope we see you a little bit bigger in a second, but thank you for being here, Isabel. So for this roundtable, what we thought we would do is that I would first give the opportunity for the three speakers
to introduce themselves, tell us a little bit about their work, and then we wanted to go through a set of questions that around a set of issues that me and Negar first developed, but that were later shaped into more precise questions by the members of the roundtable. So without further ado, Lena, if you could begin, that would be absolutely great.
Sure. Okay, actually, let's go up here. Okay, so does that work? No. I have a presentation. Yeah. They just need to share it from this. Oh, okay, perfect. All right. So even though it's a roundtable, we were thinking about presenting a little bit what we are doing in our research, so that you know with whom you are actually conversing afterwards. So in my PhD in the last years, I've looked at how international law is implicated in the formal gendering of the concept of individual legal personality. So basically, what the role of international law is in the fact that every individual, or almost every individual in this world, carries a gender as part of their legal identity. And so the issues I'm looking at are often really like considered as falling neatly into the field of international human rights law, because I specifically look also at the rights of transgender and intersex persons. But by only looking at international human rights law, actually, I didn't feel that I would get the whole picture of how international law is involved in the gendering of international legal personality. So I also started to look at different international organizations. And today I will look at a specific organization, the International Civil Aviation Organization, the ICAO, which is a specialized UN agency and which has the headquarters based in Montreal. And the ICAO is actually often considered as a very technocratic organization. It provides technical assistance to states, but also to private companies. But also, I think with the global war on terror, it actually got a bit more popular attention. But I will refer to that later, and maybe also Isabel has something to say about that. So I was actually wondering, since there are a few people in the audience who kind of came to Geneva today or yesterday, does anybody carry their passport with them and would be also willing to take it out for some research purposes? I think Mia already volunteered first. So actually, I would be just interested, what are the categories mentioned in the main page of your passport? You don't have to mention like the substance of the category, but I guess it says your name, your nationality, what else?
The last name, number, name, first names, the date of birth, place of birth, when granted, till what valid some kind of can, then there's the personal code and gender.
Okay. Yes, I'm particularly interested in the last category, so gender. Because sometimes we think that gender on passports is like an ahistorical category, it's there, it belongs to our individual identity. But if you look at the history of passport, it has not always featured on passports. And I will not go too much into the history of passports because it's complicated and long. But what I want to say is that there has been actually one factor which very much influenced the fact that all states at the moment issue passports which mention sex or gender, which is the standards on machine-readable passports or travel documents generally, which were issued by the ICAO, by the International Civil Aviation Organization, and they were issued for the first time in 1980. And these standards, they provided kind of a template of passports. So here you can see the template, and you can see sex, as I marked nicely. And so these first standards in 1980, the guidance was that states have to register a sex category on passports, and they have to do so by registering as an F or M, so standing for female or male. In 1996, so 16 years later, the ICAO issued the second standards, and in these standards, they added the option that states can also mention an X instead of an F or M on the passport. And I was curious about that, so I contacted the secretariat of the ICAO and asked, so why did you include the X? What does it stand for? What was the intention behind? So it stands for unspecified. And the intention behind is difficult to say, so I didn't get a complete answer, but the correspondent with whom I wrote and exchanged emails said that probably the reason why this X was added is because at that time, a lot of states did not mention sex on their national IDs, or also on the passports which they used previously. So introducing the X was kind of a way to facilitate the transition of these states which didn't have the data officially on sex before. So until now, the guidance is that states have to register FM or X as a sex category on passports. But what I think this investigation about the X category already shows is that a lot of states did not mention sex or gender before the 1980s on their passports. And here I have actually some examples from some family members, so I apologize for the Eurocentrism here, but my family members are Italian. So here you can see 2 passports, which were issued in 1975, which don't say any sex category. And then 10 years later, the same 2 people issued with new passports in 1985, and they do mention sex. And the reason probably for that was that Italy introduced during this 10 years the obligation to mention sex on passports, and that relates to the standards issued by the ICAO in 1980, but it also relates to the fact that the EU introduced a resolution in 1981 that kind of standardized also EU passports, and these EU passports rely on the ICAO standards. So basically the resolution says that all member states have to conform with ICAO standards. So yeah, this is kind of a bit of the history, how this gender became part of passports. What did I want to say next? I think, so what I'm also interested in my research is, okay, what does this sex category on passports do then? You can see already sometimes I follow a bit of a socio-legal approach because I'm interested in the facts of certain laws, of certain international laws. And since I focus specifically also on the rights of gender non-conforming persons, so transgender and intersex persons, I could see that actually this sex category on passports creates a lot of troubles for gender non-conforming persons, especially also those who are also racialized, and especially those who are migrants and regularly cross borders, because they're scrutinized for the fact that their gender appearance does not normatively match the sex on the passports. And on top of that, what is also interesting is that the ICAO clarified in a few other documents that sex markers on passports can be used as input factors for risk assessments. So basically, there's the ICAO guidelines on advanced passenger information, which requires private airlines to send the information about their passengers to the border controls before the arrival of the airplane. And the information which should be sent should be the information which is on the passports. So that includes also sex markers. So in practice, it really means that sex markers are used as input factor for risk assessment. And we know that this gender profiling is also combined with racial profiling and religious profiling. So for example, the information on nationality and on the place of birth is combined with the information on sex in order to kind of create a list of potential terrorists. So I found this interesting because it really shows that even these sex markers on passports has actually a role to play in kind of the global war on terror. And this is also one of the main reasons why the ICAO wants to keep the sex markers on the passports. All right, actually, yeah, I'm gonna stop here. Already too much talking.
Thank you very much, Lena. Thank you very much, Lena. Professor Leander, would you like to continue?
So, yes, just super briefly so I'm supposed to introduce my research agenda and how I fit in here. So I'm interested in politics. And I've been working for the longest time on commercial processes in politics, and specifically on security markets and military markets. And that has led me to take a very active interest in law, and more specifically actually in regulatory politics. And that's why I have a great interest in what goes on in this department, because a lot of people know much more about that than I do in many ways. And more specifically, I've been really interested in, for all kinds of reasons that it would take very long to explain, but I'm interested in material aesthetics, and also in the way that that law contributes to creating effective environments and that shape and are actually or generating are part of really the processes that make politics in my area. And in all of this, in order to be able to see this, and this is where, so we're actually here for a feminist roundtable, and I said I feel, I'm an imposter. I'm like triply imposter law, imposter feminist, and so. But one of the things, the reason I'm really honored actually to be both, is that I've been, in order to be able to do this kind of work, I've found feminist theorizing and feminist methodologies extremely important. So in that sense, although I rarely work on gender, I have written a couple of things and so on, but it's not really my the main focus of what I do. I work a lot with feminist thinkers, because we'll come back to that in the questions, but because it opens ways of doing things and thinking that I find extremely productive and perhaps more significantly politically important. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Professor Roel, the floor is yours. I understand my colleagues are working hard to make you bigger on the screen, but perhaps if you start speaking, that will fasten the process.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for having me. Thank you, Nega and Daniel. There we go. That's frightening. I can see myself enormously. Thank you for having me. And I suppose I wanted to express something a little like the sentiment Anna just expressed, which is a very pleasant surprise for being included on a feminist roundtable, because I think I'm also not generally known as a feminist scholar. And like Anna, I also use a lot of feminist concepts in my work. So what I thought I would do fairly briefly is just speak a little bit about how I came to do that. I think I came to feminism really through practice rather than theory. So I came to feminism, something I did with women, and not only women, also non-binary colleagues and some male colleagues as well in my institution. That was partly the scholarly activities of reading and talking, but also importantly, workplace activism and industrial action in the workplace as well. And it was a way of making formations of sort of workplace solidarity through things like long tables and especially the feminist strike, which took us outside the institution in lots of different ways. So it was a way of forming workplace relationships and also complaining a lot within the workplace in very productive ways that loosened and opened up the institution of the university. So it was because of thinking about the sorts of work me and my colleagues were doing within the institution of the university that I started to realize that feminist writing and feminist ideas were going to be incredibly useful for my research work, which looks at the United Nations. And I've just written a book, which hopefully one day will come out with Cambridge University Press, about the counterterrorism practices of the United Nations, the counterterrorism framework. It's called Articulating Security, the United Nations and its Infralaw. And the thing that I explore in the book are the limits of legal critique as a means of challenging or undoing practices of managerial governance that perpetuate structural violences, and particularly in the context of counterterrorism, I was interested in racist violence. So I was interested in the preventing and countering violent extremism sort of strands, which have, particularly in the UK, tended to fall most heavily on people who are not the white British Church of England normal. In that context, and that we in fact apply in contexts like the university and in school systems and so I was also interested in racisms of border management, and I'm sure Lena could say a lot more about that. But I wanted to look at the limits, despite the fact that human rights lawyers are very active, refugee lawyers are very active, humanitarian lawyers are very active in noticing and criticizing all of these things. None of these are unknown effects of counterterrorism. Nothing seems to change. And I wondered why. Why has it been so ineffective? And it took me to the work of Sara Ahmed and sort of via Sara Ahmed to Audre Lorde as well. And I started to look at the limits of legal authority as a way of challenging. I started to look at how legal authority can so easily be co-opted and repurposed within managerial formations. And I wondered what else there was. And what else I found in the writing of Sara Ahmed was the potential of anger to change things and the need to think differently and to listen differently to harness the transformative potential of anger, and developing modes of advocacy that, as I said, harness rather than sublimate anger beneath authority. So it was very much a way of lawyers standing back and listening, turning what Sara Ahmed calls a feminist ear to complaints that were being made within and about organisations. And I think perhaps this is where hope resides, maybe, in the organisations. So that's how I came to feminist writing.
Thank you very much for the three of you for this wonderful initial presentations. I think it gives us plenty of food of thought to continue the conversation. With that in mind, perhaps the first question that we wanted to raise to all of you is why is studying international organizations relevant from a feminist perspective? How does this, let's say, occur in your own areas of work and research agendas? Would you like to begin, Lena?
All right. Okay, then I will start with that. So I think I already mentioned that I had the feeling that I had to look at certain international organizations in order to get a more comprehensive picture of what is the role of international norms, or norms kind of produced at the so-called international level in gendering the concept of individual legal identity, and in this way also gendering our world, our social world more broadly. And I think to a certain extent, what I like about researching international organizations is that it automatically destabilizes certain core binaries and dichotomies which exist in international law, such as hard law versus soft law, law versus practice, also state law versus non-state law. And we all know kind of that destabilizing binaries and dichotomies is quite prevalent queer feminist technique. It also is a quite general critical legal technique. And I think by looking at these binaries, or by actually focusing on the second part of the binaries, so more on norms which are called soft law or non-state law, we can also reveal certain tensions, certain hierarchies which are implicit in international law more generally. I think so. One of the things I also wanted to mention is I think looking at international organizations which are non-state member based is actually also really relevant. So we have also heard already a lot about different types of international organizations, but what I also looked at is international sport federations, which are actually not composed of member states, but they are private bodies. They are usually NGOs, which are often registered under Swiss law. And in my field on sports law, I really discovered that these sport federations, which are NGOs, have a huge normative power on the lives, especially of athletes, amateur athletes, but also professional athletes. And I think by not studying these non-governmental organizations, we as lawyers leave out a huge chunk of law, which is really affecting the everyday lives of people. And so in this way, I think as Chinkin and Charles was argued that it is already a feminist strategy to undermine the centrality of the state in international law, because a lot of lives are not only governed by state law, but by actually the law emitted by international organizations, including also NGOs, such as the example of athletes show. And yeah, maybe I can pass on and I can add on later.
Thank you, Lena. That's a tremendous response, and I just wanted to highlight that I think that was very much at the forefront of what me and Negar were trying to think with this event, to think also of the ISO, to think of the technical organizations of which Negar will speak tomorrow as private rule makers that are often not thought as public regulators. Professor Leander, Professor Ruel, would one of you like to continue? Perhaps Professor Leander?
Yeah, I thought Isabel might want to go first, but I'm happy to go second. So I agree with most of the things you said, which is really boring because, of course, it makes for a more lively discussion if we disagree. I think from my perspective, I was going to introduce this with Enlo, who's a feminist from my field, and her emphasis on feminist curiosities. And I think that one of the very important things about feminist approaches to international organizations and otherwise is precisely that it allows to open up a curiosity about what organizations in this case do and how they operate that weren't previously part of the picture. So this idea that you're allowed to be curious in other ways, and so open for a problematization in ways that might not have existed before is what I see as the core reason for looking at international organizations from a feminist perspective. It takes you out of what another feminist, sorry to be so, I really wanted to emphasize this, Barbara Czarniawska, who's a study of organizations more generally, she talks a lot about the rigor mortis of working in methodologically rigorous ways, and therefore ending up closing down all kinds of questions. And I think precisely that, allowing for a curiosity that takes you out of this is very important. And it's important because it allows you to do what Wendy Brown, who is also a different kind of feminist, would call edge work. So basically push forward the way we think. And I think this is, apparently there's been a division between today not critical, tomorrow critical. But for me, that's a fundamental part of any kind of critical work. And I think we should all be striving for doing precisely that. So that's a very good reason to look at international organizations from a feminist perspective. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. Professor Ruel?
Well, I suppose one reason would be that international organizations are good things to look at if you're interested in studying structural violence, because they offer a little bit more of a manageable context in which to look at some of the particular technologies and assemblages, a word we've heard a lot about, that are formed across different issue areas. So I think that's a good reason to. But another reason why studying international organizations is relevant from a feminist perspective, I guess, is maybe the elephant in the room, which is that there is such strong, and I mean that in all its ambivalence, feminist agendas that are pushed through international organizations. So we might want to think about that as well, the idea of turning a feminist lens on feminist projects. Perhaps I can throw that into the discussion.
Thank you very much. And I think Lena has a follow-up on that.
Yeah, I think I would just like to add something on that. I think my second point, which I wanted to make also on why studying IOs is relevant from a feminist perspective, maybe goes in line with what Isabel just said. I think one of the core objectives of organizations is to universalize certain norms and practices or standardize certain norms and practices in the case of the ICAO. And I think this conference in these 2 days really shows that this universalization of certain norms and practices is not free of power relations, but certain norms and practices are universalized or are tried to be universalized. And these include like gender norms and gender relations, but these gender norms are always co-constituted by other forms of hierarchical inequalities, such as race relations, class relations, structured by the dichotomy of the global north and the global south. So I think like post-colonial and trail feminist scholars have really are really pushing back against this universalization of certain gender norms, of certain feminist, of certain way of being a feminist. And so I think that's already, I think we as feminists, we also have to push back against the universalization of certain norms which are presented as universal, but we know that they are not. And that's why it also makes it interesting to study international organizations.
Thank you. No, this is all wonderful food for thought. The second question that perhaps we wanted to raise is, if it is relevant, then how should we approach them in a feminist perspective? In a way, this harkens back to the kind of premise that me and Negar wanted to bring with methods and methodologies. So in terms of methods and methodologies, what can feminist approaches bring to the table, to the study of IOs? Anybody would like to go first? I think Isabel?
Yeah, I mean, I think there are all sorts of things, but I suppose when I was preparing for this and I was taking some time out, I decided I was going to listen to one of the lectures was given by by Alice Oswald in her position as Professor of Poetry at Oxford at the moment. And the lecture was about Marianne Moore, who's a modernist poet, who and her engagements with T.S. Eliot and the other great towering figures that make up the sort of modernist poetry tradition. Was T.S. Eliot being famous for talking about tradition. And Alice Oswald's lecture was called Sideways Glances, and she talked about the importance of looking askance and of looking at things askew. So I suppose it's that forms the methodology that I'm most interested in, I think, and the way that one feminist approach to international organizations would be from the side, a kind of slantwise viewing. Oswald introduced this idea by reading a Marianne Moore poem, and I just wanted to read the start of it because I think it's quite useful, because it shows you what slantwise viewing can be opposed to. The poem's called A Graveyard, and the first lines are these: man, looking into the sea, taking the view from those who have as much right to it as you yourself. It is human nature to stand in the middle of a thing, but you cannot stand in the middle of this. And I think it's quite interesting because I think that human nature to want to stand in the middle of a thing is what some feminist approaches have done, in fact, and particularly feminist approaches who've exercised a kind of a managerial leadership approach to the United Nations. They've stood in the middle of the thing, taking the view, in fact, from others who previously also did not have a view because of the man standing in the way. And I think that one of the problems with standing in the middle of a thing is that you then can't look askance at it anymore. So it's those perspectives which are slantwise viewing that I think feminism can bring.
Thank you, Isabel. Would you like to continue, any of you, either of you?
Okay, I can continue. So, I mean, it was funny because it was actually me who kind of proposed this question of how can we study international institutions with feminist methodological sensibilities. And then I was sitting down, I was like, okay, how? Because I don't think that I have it all figured out. And I think that none of the people here in this room or online have it all figured out. But I think actually this morning, Juliana pointed out to me that not having it all figured out is actually part of feminist research approaches, because most feminist research approaches are very much ascribing themselves to constructivist approaches to knowledge production. So it depends where you are. It depends on your social, geographical, and political locations, the knowledge that you produce and that you see. And also self-reflexivity and positionality and being open to the unexpected are usually part of feminist methodologies. So we have not all figured it out, and that's fine, and that's good. But at the same time, so then I was thinking more, and then I had like, okay, what are kind of key points or key terms which come to my mind? And I think one of the key terms were actually queer curiosity. So I think we have already discussed now about curiosity, and also this morning, Jan Klabes mentioned curiosity as an added value for researching international organizations. And the term queer curiosity was used by Diane Otto in the first kind of edited book on queer approaches to international law. And so what this means for me is that I think queer approaches to studying international law are curious approaches to studying international law. And I usually use the term queer in relation to feminists. So I would say that I use a queer feminist approach in my research, because I think that there can be no, or for me, there can be no queer research which is not feminist, or which shouldn't have a feminist, explicit feminist commitment. And at the same time, I think feminist research should be sensitive to queer struggles as well. So the second term which kind of came to my mind about how to do feminist research is surprise. And I was thinking about Maria Lugones in this. So Lugones used the term surprise in the context of conceptualizing playfulness as a way to see the world. And she uses playfulness not in a way to refer to play as a game with competition where one can win or lose, but playfulness is a way to play with things, try things, and then be surprised. And I think that's relating very much to curiosity, but I think it's something which I want to use in my research. And then the third key word is intersectionality, and we all know what intersectionality kind of means. It doesn't need introduction. Also, Kimberly Crenshaw doesn't need introduction. It has really become a buzzword, and I'm also using it as a buzzword today because there are also other concepts and also other ways of doing the same or similar things in intersectionality. But I think sometimes intersectionality just reminds us that gender is always co-constituted by other relations of hierarchy, and we have to keep that in mind, especially like for me as a white scholar being based at an elite university in Central or Western Europe. So that was the things I was thinking about.
Thank you very much. Anna?
Yeah, thanks. So I feel like let's elaborate on these themes, or just anyway. So I was going to answer Mike. So if the sort of curiosity was my reaction to the why should we? How should we? I thought about creativity, and I was going to say something about the way that I learned enormously from Donna Haraway's idea of string figures and her constant work with science fiction and the integration of art in all her work that I find. But I think Isabel already made this point very eloquently. And I think for creativity of that, that there's a reason for this. And it's the willingness to push boundaries and open and actually enable curiosity in ways that don't necessarily only work through a critique of structures, but actually opening new perspectives. It also goes with, and here I'm again going back to things that you have said, but maybe not so strongly. One of them is very liberating, I find, lack of nostalgia. The idea that, and I think you said this very, very clearly, actually, the idea that that it's not all figured out, and there's no nostalgia actually for a world where it was, because one of the things that feminist scholarship, whatever persuasion it comes from, does is to remind us of the things excluded, and that's of course why it becomes a logical way of taking, when you stand in the middle, taking the position of the other, etc. I think is a very sort of feminist way of working, Stenger's, I think, is fantastic, because of course this is easy to say and it sounds nice when we're all in agreement of this, but we all know that academic knowledge, of course, is based on stability, and there's a lot of fear actually of letting go of that, the certainty that comes with firm methods, firm theories, conventional concepts, etc. So I think it actually is a slight bit more complicated than we often think. And I therefore also like Stenger's insistence on the importance of, she has a wonderful article called Relearning to Laugh, but I feel you made this point as well. So this is why I said I think I'm, in the how here, I'm reiterating points slightly differently, emphasizing Haraway and Stenger's instead of other people. So thanks.
Thank you very much. Oh, Isabel, you have a follow-up. Sorry, I don't see you so well from here. So there you go.
No worries. I just wanted to, sort of in the spirit of deepening some of the points, just to note that some of Lena's comments made me think about Vasuki Nessia's caution about intersectionality, which is just that it's been one of these concepts that's been quite easily co-opted. And is often touted and mentioned like a box ticking exercise, and the box ticking exercise, of course, is the nemesis of scholarship, perhaps. But Gina Heathcote offers a different way of thinking about intersectionality. Insists on it not being about adding an extra thing and an extra thing, but about it being a way of framing. So maybe just to think a little bit about what we mean when we mention intersectionality, I think.
Thank you, Isabel. Any other follow-ups to that second question? If not, then I would like to ask the last one that you had prepared, and is, what are your ideas for the future of the field, or perhaps not field, but the waves of feminist scholarship in and beyond international law, in and beyond international organizations? Any of you would like to begin?
I feel like I'm always starting, but I can go. Actually, I think maybe my response to that question even relates to what Isabel just said. I think in my PhD thesis, I actually used the concept of assemblage thinking instead of intersectionality. And Chasse-Pied-Poire uses it a lot in the conceptualization of homonationalism. And it relates very much to my research on the ICAO and the way how sex is then combined, or how gender profiling is also part of racial profiling and religious profiling, and how assemblage thinking basically means that certain elements gain their meaning only in relation to other elements. And I found it quite useful. So sometimes gender doesn't have any meaning, or gender gets a specific meaning in relation to another social hierarchy, for example. So I think that was a really nice comment also on the problematic of actually co-opting and instrumentalizing intersectionality, which is actually more and more used by international organizations. So for my research ideas, I mean, I just submitted my PhD like 3 weeks ago, so I'm like in this process of thinking about what comes next and postdoctoral ideas, and maybe I just prompt them here and I put them out, and I'm happy to get like ideas and comments and so on. So actually, what I was proposing for a postdoctoral grant was to look at legal pluralism and fragmentation through researching the case study of COVID-19 pandemic by relying on queer feminist methods. And I would particularly rely on Gina Heathcote's and Ratna Kapoor's way of thinking about legal pluralism. And Gina Heathcote has this, draws very much on Ratna Kapoor by saying that we could study legal pluralism by looking at the different plural subjectivities and plural feminist positions in international law, and thinking about what are the normative universes of certain peripheral subjectivities who are not included in these legal pluralities or are not visibilized in these legal pluralities. So Kapoor has said in Erotic Justice that it is also necessary to focus on the subject situated at the periphery, as she has the power to bring about normative disruptions. And in this project, Kapoor kind of describes, it's not a project to kind of save the subject at the periphery, not at all. We know that Kapoor actually is very critical of this project of saving certain subjects by international law, especially saving Black and brown women from the global South. But it's another way of reshifting the places where we look for knowledge. So it would be a reorientation of knowledge production by starting actually with the lived experiences of certain peripheral subjectivities. And so I'm thinking about that, and I'm proposing to look at to analyze the COVID-19 pandemic and the fragmentation and the legal pluralism, which really has become very visible, by actually starting from the position and the location of certain so-called peripheral subjectivities, and we can think about what this means and etc. So yeah, and then maybe a second, I think, research agenda, which would be really necessary and relevant, which would be research on arbitration. And I think it comes back to my research on sports law, because I have looked at like sports arbitration. And I think there's very little feminist research and critical research on international arbitration. And I think one problematic and one difficulty in doing this is that arbitration is often conducted behind closed doors, and the awards are often confidential. So it's actually really difficult to do research. And I guess it would require really doing qualitative empirical research, trying to do interviews with the decision makers and trying to get access actually to this to this arbitration behind closed doors and so on. Yeah.
Thank you, Len. I think that's a great task to impose on some of the investment arbitration lawyers in the room. Anna, Isabel, who would like to continue? I think Anna, perhaps.
Yeah, thanks a lot. That's interesting. When I answered this, of course, less in terms of what I'm actually planning to do, but maybe I'll turn it that way. So I was going to answer this in terms of I think in terms of thinking futures. One of the things, precisely because of the way I think about what feminism can do, feminist approaches in terms of the curiosity, the creativity. I think what I think it does is open for companionships for political change. And feminist approaches, or the way I see this, always have this duality between the academic, scholarly side, the conceptual, theoretical, and the practical. And the latter, for me, has that's where my current, the projects I'm applying for and so on, are all about transvocational forms of companionship. So trying to set up, basically thinking through how we could work. So I said I was interested in material aesthetics. So how to work with the ICRC to design better environments that operate to prevent violence in different ways, and doing that practically. And I see that challenge as superbly interesting. But that's my personal project. But more generally, I think this is what actually something that's very congenial to work with feminist approaches. Thanks.
Thank you, Anna. Isabel?
So I think I'm kind of led by Veronica Gago here and her idea of the desire to change everything. So I think that's really, that's kind of it. I could stop talking now. But I'm going to use my position sort of looming over everybody and say something specific. So one of the things that I think is important, particularly in scholarship like Ratna Kapoor's, which you've mentioned already, and Vasuki Nessia, is that they don't want to give up governing as a project. And actually that desire to change everything isn't just about being curious and about playing, it's about getting your hands on the world and changing it. Not curiosity and playfulness doesn't have to also, or can't be that, but that actually this is a little bit more hands-on and a little bit more direct. So I suppose one of the research agendas would be thinking about that, and thinking about how to do that without ending up with what Rafia Zakaria calls the liberation trajectory. And how you do that, how you sort of foment and foment these kind of collectivities, and how you do that both outside existing organisations, which I think is, Veronica Gago is wonderful on, but also how you do it within an organisation. And this is where I think Sarah Ahmed's work is amazing. You've got your elbows out. She talks about, she's got a lovely quotation in her new book, which fortuitously arrived this morning. So I was very, very pleased by that. And she says, to weaken is to loosen. It's about loosening things up by being inside and making a fuss. And to loosen is to open up. And I think that's one of the things that we can think about as scholars, is thinking about the importance of these sort of feminist projects in an intellectual perspective.
Thank you, Isabel. Any last comments on these 3 questions? There you go, Lena.
Sorry. I think, yeah, actually, maybe in the last thing, I think it's true that what I also see as feminist approach is that it is political and it is a struggle, and it's part of a struggle, actually. And in this way, I understand like playfulness sometimes can seem that it to not make it serious, but it's actually really serious. And so yeah, it's just something I wanted to say. I think feminist approaches to international law are political and are part of a bigger movement and struggle.
Maybe I'll add to that Haraway's fantastic depiction of interspecies learning as a playful exercise that she has illustrates through her work with her dog and the way that she teaches it and her to develop. So I also agree that playfulness can have all kinds of sides to it, and I wouldn't distinguish it from. Maybe it's a very, very important part, actually, of both political and intellectual work. Thanks.
Well, thank you again to the 3 of you. First of all, I wanted to apologize. We know that throughout the day there hasn't been as much space for Q&A during the panels. We had an ambitious program, and it was difficult to find really the time to do justice to both the papers and all the questions you might have in the audience. We cannot make it up for you, but what we can have is a wonderful discussion with the audience in the 30 minutes or so that remain. So I would like now to open the floor, questions and comments, also for those online.